start. Good afternoon, students. So I welcome you on this for this session of CSAT on reading comprehension section. This is Shakeel Ahmed, and today we are going to discuss the nitty-gritty of the reading comprehension section. And you all know that comprehension section, in fact, is quite confusing. If a student doesn't know the basics and if his proper insight has not been developed for the type of questions asked and the kind of options that he is going to come across, then certainly it is going to take more time in the exam paper, as well as the student will not be able to solve the questions confidently. So today my objective is to actually take you through all these barriers, and so that you can sail through, and if you follow the basics, I'm sure that you will be able to score more than half of the marks that you need to score to qualify this paper. So 67 is the marks, and I tell you that once we have finished this session and you reach the other side, you will be able to score 35 to 40 marks confidently, right? And this is right. So do remember this. But how to work upon this? So we have this long session, and in this session we are going to discuss the entire thing about the preparation. But let me start with the very first part. The first part where I will discuss with you the factual details of the reading comprehension section, so that every student should have a fair idea that what kind of the passages and the number of the questions that he is going to come across, and accordingly he can prepare his strategy. So you know that this CSAT RC section has been one of the lengthiest section, and the number of the questions as per its weightage in the overall paper, it is 33 to 37% of the entire paper, right? So the number of questions and the number of passages, this is a very important data that everybody should know about. Now, the number of questions from the year 2015 up to year 2021, right? When the exam became qualifying, the number of passages, number of questions have been almost same, stagnant from 24 to 30 questions. That's the reason I wrote here 33 to 37% of the entire paper is the RC section alone. And the number of passages, actually you will notice here a big change, right? So the big change is that the number of passages is minimum passage is 20 and the maximum passage number is 29. Okay, so this is the biggest change, because prior to the qualifying, from this era 2011 to 2014, when the exam was not qualifying, during that period UPSC used to give just 7 to 9 passages. Just 7 to 9 passages. However, the number of questions were still same, 24 to 30, right? But once the exam became qualifying, you notice the drastic change. The number of passages have, gone for threefold. And obviously, when the number of passages have increased, the number of, the more amount of time it requires for the students. So it became quite challenging in terms of the time. Second thing, it became quite challenging in terms of not only the time part, but also the second hurdle is the very instincts of the questions. Instincts of questions, the very nature of the question, you can say. So instincts of the question, earlier UPSC used to ask, when this 2011 to 2014 era, they used to give factual questions where the answer is given in the passage, and they used to give logical question, and some of the questions were just based on the crux part. Now, I will let you know that what these questions are. Let me first tell you that now they solely depend on the logical question. Maximum questions you come across in their paper is just logical in nature, inferential in nature. Second type, they also give questions based on the very main part of the passage, the crux based, right? Crux based questions. The factual questions they stopped asking after 2014 when the exam became qualifying, for the obvious reason that they wanted to make the question more difficult for the students. So in a way I can say that it was a retaliation of UPSC because they under duress from various bodies, they they decided to make it qualifying. However, the nature of the questions will change. So logical questions, everybody knows that it requires not just the language part. Two components are required for these questions in case you are going to solve a logical question or you are going to solve a crux based question. A crux means the main part, the very hard. So crux and logical both require, number one, they need the language part, but language alone is not sufficient. Language must be in place. And the second element, the second factor is more important, where you need to have the contextual analysis ability. Contextual analysis ability. What is this ability? I think everybody is aware of this, that you must have this knack to process the given information properly, because when a factual question is asked, the answer is directly given in the passage. So the student only needs to go to the relevant part and find out the answer. However, when a logical question is asked, such as assumption or inference or corollary, in these questions the answer is not directly given anywhere. You have to apply your analytical peace of mind. You have to process the given information properly so that you get the answer. So in fact, the second factor, the contextual analysis ability, is now more important than the language. And if you all those of you who have seen the paper, they would agree with me that in fact, in terms of language, the passages are not very difficult. Hardly you will come across, after reading a paragraph, the 2 or 3 words that you do not know. Hardly. Otherwise, most of those oft repeated words used in paper 1 are there. So the language component will not pose much challenge to the majority. However, this part we will have to work upon. Crux based question number 2 means all such questions that require as an answer the very gist of the paragraph. जो पैराग्राफ की एक तरह से जिसको आप कहते हैं कि जो मौलिक भाव है, जो मूलभूत संदेश है या उसका मर्म है, हिंदी में हम उसको कहते हैं, यानी what is the central idea or the key idea or what is the essential message of the passage, that must be present in the answer. So they seek an answer based on the very heart of the passage, the central idea of the passage. So there again you need to have language understanding plus the contextual analysis ability. In what sense, what is the topic, what the author is talking, what is his peace of mind, which ideology or what inclination, वो कैसा है उसका, whether he is appreciating, criticizing, all these factors play a very important role. So folks, we come to this, the kind of challenges you face in RC section is number 1, the prominent one is time. It's sucks your time and you don't realize it कि कितना time निकल गया. So I will set the target for them, and instincts of questions is the second problem. To some students I can say that they may have problem of the language. So all such students who have the language issue, of course very little time is left. I would say that try to make a guess. In case you do not know a particular word, then don't be fussy about it. जैसे आप उसी को देख के बस पढ़ते जा रहे हैं कि like something will pop up, this way you will waste your time. So they will always, your mind will make some rough shadow, some kind of approximate sense it will develop about the meaning of that word, because you have other words, other sentences that will help you. So उस पे focus करिए, don't focus much on the words, because you don't have much time about to take care of your language factor, so your job should be very. So three challenges you come across in RC section, right? So all the facts are before you, the number of the questions, the number of the passages, its total, and the chunk of RC section in your CSAT paper, and after the qualifying era, 2015 to 21, and then before the qualifying era, the changes. Now year 2022 I have not mentioned here. Some of you must be wondering कि 22 का जो सबसे latest है, उसके बारे में मैंने यहाँ कुछ नहीं बताया. वो मैं अलग से आपको डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ, because that is a very important turning point. Because on the basis of that we can make some predictions about 2023. So 22 के लिए आप देखिए, in 2022, so far as the number of questions were concerned, UPSC asked the same, almost same, and the number of passages, the second factor. You know, in 2022, they gave 27 questions. And I have told you already the ratio is 24 to 30, minimum 24, maximum 30 questions UPSC has asked. So it is within that figure. So ये lower और upper limit के बीच में आ रहा, तो that's fine. यहाँ तो ठीक है. लेकिन the number of passages that used to be between 20 to 29, it has come down to 15. And it says a lot about 2023. So from this we can make some prediction about 2023. However, you know, however, I would like to, you know, highlight this point that nobody should just prepare on the basis of certain predictions. So we should, and you all know very well, so we should keep the other channels also open. लेकिन ये एक सिर्फ नहीं. So I believe that the number of passages, you know, as a guess, that number of passages are not going to exceed this year. There are chances that they give you fewer passages, right? Fewer passages they may give you, and maybe less than 15 you can, fewer than 15 you can expect. However, the number will be somewhere around 15, 16. I think it will be around that. And there is another chance, another prediction, that they may give you multi-para passages, multi-para based passages. Multi-para passages, as the name suggests, यानी एक पैसेज के अंदर कई सारे पैराग्राफ मेंशन होंगे. Now, dear, in the multi-para based passages, आपके क्या होता है कि when they give longer passages, they give more question based on that. उसमें 3 या 4 या 5 question आ सकते हैं. Because in 2022, what UPSC did, they gave 2 such passages where based on like one passage, there were 3 questions. Based on, and there was another passage, again based on that, there were 3 questions. But these passages were just single para, right? And then there were, I think, 4 passages where based on them 2 questions were asked. So since the number of passages have come down, I think that UPSC will continue with that, on that trend, and who knows that they may give you a multi-para passages. Based on that, multi-para passages, if it is given, then there will be 3 to 5 questions based on that. Here, तो आपका एक benefit हो जाता है that you are able to save your time because you have read the story. एक पैसेज को आपने अगर एक बार पढ़ लिया या 2 बार पढ़ लिया कुछ, और आप उसके at least you are aware of the entire, तो based on that knowledge, that understanding, you can deal with 3 to 5 questions. So ये एक positive चीज है, ये help भी करता है, but there is on the flip side, इसका negative क्या है, that it takes more time. So we will discuss the other details later on कि आपको उसमें क्या करना होगा, क्या नहीं करना होगा. But this is so far as the prediction is concerned. This time I think again RC passages will not be 20 plus, it will be somewhere around 15 or maybe fewer passages. Okay. Now dear, we will discuss, all those students who have seen the PYQs, they will understand the points that I am sharing with them. In case आपने नहीं अगर समझा है, तो फिर dear आपको एक बार PYQs देखने पड़ेंगे, और वो that are easily available on the internet, right? So in this class, all the students जो भी सुन रहे हैं वो सारे के सारे अभी फोकस करेंगे कि हमें कैसे सॉल्व करना है, because that is most important thing, right? The prediction and the other things are okay, but they are peripheral issues. The central part is that the question आते हैं और your selection is dependent on the on your performance in the paper. So कैसे सॉल्व करेंगे RC section को and to overcome all these challenges, and so that there is no hurdle in your journey of CSE, right? So 28th May, or this is the best time, right, to take care of that. Now, whatever I discuss with you in terms of the facts, you know, in terms of the classroom points, the concept clarity that I say, the concept clarity is you know, if this is through this tower, if I can show you this one, and the higher the tower and the greater the significance, then I would say all the students that practice will be even more important. Hence, it is a bigger one, higher one. So concept clarity is just doing the basics of maths and reasoning and RC. That is one part. Second part, which is more important for every student, that he should sit down with some questions and try to solve it. So whatever confidence you gain in today's class, I have designed it that once I have discussed the concepts, I will give you questions. Then I will give you some questions from CSAT paper also. So after this session, and in case and then you sit down with the PYQs and other sources of questions, you should just go for the practice on your own as well, so that to gain confidence. And then the third thing, which is even more important, is that that is mock test, because a student should go through the same kind of pressure situation that he faces in CSAT paper. So no student can afford to prepare CSAT on the basis of this one part. The first step, concept clarity. Second should be there for practice for your self realization. And the third part is the mock test. So mock test actually gives you the idea that in terms of the time, in terms of your approach and strategy, whether it is soundproof or there are some some holes in it, some pores in it, and you need to take care of that. Okay, folks, now I'm clear. Let me just have a look at a couple of messages here. Yes. So dear, now we go to the questions, right? And the type of challenges you come across in reading comprehension section. The number one thing that is given there is your passage, right? And all students know that passages are taken from those areas, fields on topics that are related to your paper 1. Environment, highest number of passages, followed by economy, then social issues, then maybe some philosophical things. And then second thing is there, after the passage you come across a question. There are some questions asked in CSAT which are repeatedly, they are repeatedly asked. As I have told you, the two categories, logical questions and crux based. I will give you, let you know the number of name of the other type of questions. And then third part is your options, right? So these are the three things, and you have to prepare your RC section by working on all the three different dimensions. Number one, so far as the reading is concerned, it should be effective, right? Effective reading. So far as the question is there, you should have a clarity of the question, that what kind of information it requires. And so far as these options are written, you should know that these options are like traps. These options are like traps, and apparently it is your choice, but it is not yours entirely. Though the UPSC examiner writes such points here that will be connected to maybe your GS knowledge, not given in the passage. However, you are supposed to give the answer on the basis of the passage. They may write something, some claims for which the data are not sufficient. So various characteristics of the options you will get to know once we solve the questions. So three things: option traps, effective reading, clarity of the question, and this, right? Let me now tell you that in the as I told you earlier, the two types of questions you come across in the CSAT. The highest number of questions are, fact, logical, and then we have the crux-based questions, right? So we will be discussing, right, the type of the questions asked, and in this series I will let you know that so far as the logical question is concerned, most of the students have the doubt in a particular question which is commonly asked in CSAT, and we call that assumption. So logical question number one is assumption that we will take up. Assumption. The highest number of questions in the CSAT paper is from this section alone, and most of the like some of the students, as Amit has written, it is invincible. Amit, not invincible, however, you have gone a little, over the top in terms of grading it. However, yes, it is a difficult and confusable questions, right? So all of you, so first question I'm going to take here and discuss here is this. Just the reason is because most of the students have doubts in it. Let me also tell you that in the year 2021, there were 9 questions from assumption sections. In the year 2022, there were 5 questions from this assumption. And in the year 2019 and 2022, again the number of the question was between 6 to 8. So you know, lots of things are at stake. You cannot take chances. और आपको इसलिए assumption के लिए तैयार होना पड़ेगा. अब इसकी तैयारी कैसे करेंगे? सबसे पहले देखिए assumption का question. पहली चीज आपको पता हो, the very first thing you must know about any question is that what does it need as an answer. इसके बारे में clarity अगर आपको question के बारे में नहीं है dear, तो फिर आपको problem आएगी. So about any question, as I said earlier, clarity of the question is required. Otherwise, you end up saying that, sir, more than one option is making sense. And why more than one option makes sense? Just because you do not have the clarity of the particular type of question. So dear, ये है worth इसकी. अब चलते हैं discuss कर. तो first thing of assumption is, as I have said, is your clarity. I have brought with me some new type of questions so that it can give you a good grounding in terms of, you know, assumption questions. The very first thing about assumption is you must know that what kind of information, what information it requires as an answer. किस प्रकार की जानकारी इसको चाहिए आंसर के लिए? What information it seeks. क्या पूछ रहा है? जैसे आपको अगर क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है हाउ, यू क्लियरली नो. क्वेश्चन अगर है व्हाई, तो यू क्लियरली नो. एंड एट द सेम टाइम यू आल्सो नो दैट द आंसर ऑफ हाउ कैन नॉट वर्क एज एन आंसर फॉर व्हाई. बोथ थिंग्स आर डिफरेंट. तो सेम हियर आपको क्लियर पता हो कि असम्पशन क्या, किस तरह की जानकारी चाहता है. अगर आपको ये एक चीज क्लियर है कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन इट नीड्स, ओनली देन यू गो टू द सेकेंड स्टेप. सेकेंड स्टेप इज दैट हाउ टू एनालाइज द पैसेज टू एक्सट्रैक्ट आउट this information. To get this info. So I have written here info for information, right? Now, how to analyze the passage? It means that different questions, like we are doing when we go for the second question or third type of question from the logical family, they will require different kind of analysis. So analysis अलग अलग होगा, इसलिए how to analyze for this particular information you must know. And then point number 3 is related to your options. At the same time you must know two things that what kind of right option, what will be the symptoms or traits of the right option, and what will be the traits of wrong options. ये दोनों के बारे में आपको पता हो, right? या कम से कम एक के बारे में कुछ जानकारी हो. In case you have this contextual information, obviously it will help you to deal with the question given, right? So these are the 3 steps. Every student must remember it. ये एक तरह से इम्प्रिंट हो जाने चाहिए आपके ऊपर कि जो पहला क्वेश्चन सर डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, सेम टाइप ऑफ थिंग एंड इन द सेम डायरेक्शन वी विल प्रोसीड व्हेनेवर वी टेक अ डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन. क्या किस तरह की जानकारी आंसर होगी, कैसे एनालाइज करेंगे, और ऑप्शंस के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स कैसे होंगे, राइट ऑप्शन के और रॉन्ग ऑप्शन के, राइट? सो पहली चीज है कि assumption. तो लेट्स एड्रेस द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन दैट व्हाट इज assumption. आप इससे क्या समझते हो? मेरा मानना है, आई बिलीव दैट कि इंस्टेड ऑफ एक्सप्लेनिंग फर्स्ट, इफ आई लेट यू गो थ्रू एंड एक्सपीरियंस दिस काइंड ऑफ चैलेंज कि कैसे क्या है assumption, बिकॉज एवरीबडी नोज assume. आप कहते हैं मैंने assume कर लिया था ऐसा, वो ऐसा assume कर लिया, some people are assuming. तो it's not like कि assumption is not known by anyone. Though, and I can tell you that assumption is like a presupposition, you know. किसी author ने कोई जो believe करके कोई बात लिखी है, कुछ उसका part of belief है या supposition का part है, कुछ बात को आपने मानते हैं आपकी ये सही है, उसके base पे you say something, so that is assumption. So this is the initial information that I have shared with you. In depth बाद में करेंगे. Let me first take you through the questions. तो थोड़ा आप इसको चैलेंज को सामना करेंगे, उसके बाद पता चलेगा कि आप कैसा कर रहे हो ये. I have here इसलिए मैंने यहां पे बहुत छोटे छोटे से स्टेटमेंट दिए हैं अभी आपको. स्टेटमेंट बेस्ड क्वेश्चन भी पूछे हैं assumption में यूपीएससी ने, एंड दे हैव आल्सो आस्क्ड द क्वेश्चन बेस्ड ऑन पैराग्राफ. So it is quite easy for everyone to read it, even if you are watching me through your small resolution, still it is easy for you to read. However, the material is there and you can approach it from there as well. All right students, so now your chance. अब क्या करेंगे, एक स्टेटमेंट लिखा हुआ है and on the basis of this statement, two possible assumptions are written. आपके ऑप्शन क्या होंगे, या तो only one correct है, so we can say sir only one, or similarly you can say sir only two, or you can say sir both are correct. So when you write the answer, write one or two or both, or the fourth possibility is that neither, right? Neither one nor second. तो ये चार ऑप्शंस आपके कह लीजिए, या चार पॉसिबिलिटीज हैं आपके. अब फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज ऑन योर स्क्रीन व्हिच सेज मनी इज द रूट कॉज ऑफ ऑल द प्रॉब्लम्स इन अ फैमिली. ठीक. एंड कुछ स्टूडेंट इसको पढ़ते ही कभी शायद फिलोसॉफिकल आर्ग्यूमेंटेटिव फॉर्म में चले जाए. सो नो, आई डोंट बिलीव दिस. नो, यू आर नॉट सपोज्ड टू डू ऑल दैट. व्हाटएवर द ऑथर हैज सेड, हिज असर्शन, हिज क्लेम, हिज जजमेंट should be accepted as it is. We are only supposed to evaluate the given options. तो कोई ये नहीं कहेगा साहब मनी कैसे समस्याओं का जड़ है, मैं मानता हूं कुछ और है. मनी इज द रूट कॉज ऑफ ऑल द प्रॉब्लम्स इन अ फैमिली. अब जल्दी से आप आंसर लिखिए, क्या आंसर है आपका? Yes, some students have chosen second, four, यानी नीदर वाला भी चूज किया कुछ लोगों ने. Very good. Okay. Everybody should jump in and write the answer. जो आपको समझ में आ रहा है. देखिए, it's a crude stage. Some of you may not know much about assumption, but since you will experience, hence you will be able to comprehend it in a better way. तो मेरा explanation और इसकी detail बाद में आएगी. Answers are pouring in. अब कुछ आंसर्स आए हैं जो वो कुछ तो कह रहे हैं कि साहब नीदर, एंड सम हैव, अ फ्यू हैव रिटन बोथ. अब देखो दोनों एकदम अपोजिट एंड पे हैं. किसी को दोनों लग रहा है, किसी को दोनों नहीं लग रहा है. किसी का आंसर है कि साहब ओनली वन, कोई कहता है ओनली टू. इट मींस देयर इज सम सीरियस लैकिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ द कॉन्सेप्ट क्लैरिटी ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन. इसलिए कैसी इंफॉर्मेशन इसको चाहिए, व्हाट आर द अदर डिटेल्स दैट वी नीड टू टेक केयर ऑफ, उस पे अभी आते हैं. ठीक है, एक क्वेश्चन और होना चाहिए, क्योंकि कभी एक क्वेश्चन में आपका सही मूल्यांकन नहीं हो पाता. एंड फॉर बेटर इवैल्यूएशन आई थिंक यू शुड आल्सो ट्राई क्वेश्चन नंबर सेकंड. Rohit says if it is easy to become an engineer, he doesn't want to be an engineer. He doesn't want to be an engineer. Yes. So now when you write your answer, please mention number 2 and then you write your answer. All right, so I suppose all of you have given the answer for second also, second one as well. Now there's a need of my intervention. So पहले तो मैं आपको आंसर दे दूं, just to to address your curiosity. I will give you the answer first and then we'll go for the detailing of assumption questions. And these statements will actually clarify your funda, your concept about assumption. चलिए पहला देखते हैं. Money is the root cause of all the problems in a family. This is a statement, or this is the author's presupposition. So presupposition कोई बात जो आप पहले से ही मान लेते हैं कि ये ठीक है, ये आप इसको कह दिए कि it's also a belief, ये आपका विश्वास है, ये आपका एक your supposition है. All the synonyms I am writing so that you get a better understanding. आपकी contextual understanding develop होना चाहिए, इसलिए एक word नहीं. तो supposition है assumption, presupposition है, belief है, ये किसी कोई ऐसी बात है जिसको आप मानते हैं कि ये सही है, on the basis of that you say something else. तो ये स्टेटमेंट, तो इसमें आपका ऑथर ने अब ये स्टेटमेंट लिख दिया. इसका मतलब समथिंग दैट ही हैज नॉट रिटन हियर, ये पार्ट जो है ये उसका प्रीसपोजिशन है या बिलीफ है दैट यू आर सपोज टू फाइंड आउट, ये अजम्पशन है. प्रीसीडिंग लाइन मींस दैट इज नॉट रिटन हियर, इनविजिबल थिंग है जो आपको यहां पे नहीं है. जैसे एक बिल्डिंग का फाउंडेशन होता है, द फाउंडेशन यू कैन नॉट सी, यू कैन सी द पिलर्स एंड द वॉल्स एंड द अदर पार्ट ऑफ द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द बिल्डिंग. हाउएवर द बिल्डिंग रेस्ट्स ऑन अ फाउंडेशन, इट स्टैंड्स ऑन द फाउंडेशन. सो assumption बिल्कुल वही है कि इसका फाउंडेशन आपको बताना है. अब डियर, पहला, मनी इज द रूट कॉज ऑफ ऑल द प्रॉब्लम्स इन अ फैमिली. ऑलवेज नोटिस द कीवर्ड्स लाइक ऑल, राइट, और ये ग्रेजुअली इस तरह के वर्ड्स पिक करेंगे बाद में. अब फर्स्ट वन सेज every problem is caused by something. We have been told that money is the cause of all the problems. Now every problem, money is the root cause of all the problems. However, every problem is caused by something. Caused by something, it means author is talking about the other problems, right? So author is talking about other causes, as money is the root cause, and here author is saying every problem is caused by something. By something, how can we find out? Because so far as money is concerned, money की जहां तक बात है, ये रूट कॉज है सभी प्रॉब्लमों को परिवार के अंदर, in a family. Now, as on the basis of that, every problem is caused by something cannot be established. ये नहीं कह सकते आप. Simply because this is the root cause of all the problems. However, every problem is caused by something or not, we don't know. So the moment you go for this, इसके लिए आपके पास डेटा नहीं दिया हुआ है पैसेज में. आपके पास डेटा ये है कि अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम है फैमिली के अंदर, सो क्या उसका कॉज होगा? उसका कॉज, बेसिक कॉज जो आप जाएंगे वो मनी हो सकता है, राइट. मनी इज द रूट कॉज ऑफ ऑल द, तो ये मनी एक रूट कॉज होगा फैमिली के अंदर की प्रॉब्लम में. However, ये स्टेटमेंट जो एवरी प्रॉब्लम इज कॉज्ड बाय समथिंग, दिस स्टेटमेंट डज नॉट मेंशन फैमिली. So whether it is talking about family, whether it is talking about society in general, country or the world, आपको इसके बारे में नहीं मालूम. इन्होंने बात किया सिर्फ फैमिली, तो इसको बाइंड कर दिया. तो फर्स्ट कैनॉट बी अज्यूम. सेकंड वन, देयर आर ऑलवेज सम प्रॉब्लम्स इन अ फैमिली. नाउ लुक एट अनदर वर्ड, ऑलवेज. सो द वर्ड्स लाइक ऑल एंड ऑलवेज एंड ओनली और डेफिनेटली, मोस्ट, इन सारे वर्ड्स पे, इन वर्ड्स में आप देखते हैं ना, दे गिव यू काइंड ऑफ एक्सट्रीम नोशंस. तो इसको ध्यान रखें. देयर आर ऑलवेज सम प्रॉब्लम्स इन अ फैमिली. This one is saying that money is the root cause of all problems. However, it is not saying that there are always some problems in a family. Always some problem. Had this been written as कि एक परिवार में problems होती हैं कभी-कभी, प्रायः, अक्सर, usually, often, it would have been acceptable. However, always some problems in a family. यानी a family is never, there's never possibility that a family is without any problem. It rules out that possibility. तो ये जो सेंटेंस है, ये भी इसके लिए भी आपके पास डेटा नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर आप ये चूज कर लेते हैं इसको, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी वालों के लिए बता दूं कि देयर आर ऑलवेज सम प्रॉब्लम्स इन अ फैमिली, कि कोई फैमिली बिना प्रॉब्लम के कभी भी नहीं हो सकती है. ऑलवेज एक कोई ना कोई प्रॉब्लम, दे विल सफर थ्रू अ प्रॉब्लम. this statement, original statement, does not say that. It is only telling you the relation between all other problems and money. So far as the family is concerned, money is the root cause. So hence neither should have been chosen, and fourth option इसका सही था कि neither one nor two. Second statement देखिए, it says Rohit says if it is easy to become an engineer, he doesn't want to be an engineer. रोहित ने कंडीशन रखी है if, so always be careful of this word. If it is easy to become an engineer, he doesn't want to be an engineer. अगर आसान है तो नहीं बनना चाहेगा, इंजीनियर बनना यदि आसान है तो रोहित aspires to be a professional. Now word is professional. From the original statements we don't know what Rohit aspires to become. वो प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहता है, नॉन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहता है. प्रोफेशनल इज लाइक जिसको आप एक अपना व्यवसाय, रोजी रोटी, टू अर्न योर लाइवलीहुड, टू अर्न योर ब्रेड, उसको आप यूज करें तो एज अ प्रोफेशनल, एंड यू गेट स्किल्ड एंड एक्सपर्टीज ओवर दैट पार्ट. तो शौक के लिए करना चाहता है या प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहता है, इट गोज बियॉन्ड, यानी इसके लिए आपके पास डेटा नहीं है. देयर इज नो सफिशिएंट डेटा फॉर दिस. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट, रोहित डिजायर्स टू अचीव अ थिंग विच इज हार्ड अर्न्ड. Rohit desires to achieve a thing which is hard earned. Come to the statement says, if it is easy to become an engineer, I don't want to be an engineer. It means from here we can say कि yes, he does not want to, he wants something he desires to achieve something on the basis of the hard work. That's the reason he is saying कि अगर इंजीनियर बनना आसान है तो मैं इंजीनियर नहीं बनना चाहूंगा. इट मींस हिज कंडीशन इज दैट कि अगर कोई भी चीज आसान है तो ही डजंट वांट टू बिकम दैट. सो यू फाइंड दैट सेकंड वन इज वैलिड, हेंस योर आंसर शुड हैव बीन बी ऑप्शन. मनी इज ओनली द रूट कॉज, एंड रूट कॉज, लेकिन ये फैमिली के बारे में बात हो रही थी. सो योर क्वेश्चन आई हैव टेकन अप, दिस मनी ऑथर इज ओनली टॉकिंग अबाउट द फैमिली. It is a root cause in a family. He has not spoken about the country or the world, you know. So please understand कि government के लिए भी ऐसा है कि नहीं है. He is only talking, so we only know about family. Now the answer should have been B for the second one and option D for Delhi for the first one. Now coming back to the assumption. So what kind of information it seeks? The very first question, उसके लिए थोड़ा सा कुछ पॉइंट आपको यहाँ पे मैं रिपीट कर दूं, and then I will give you another set of the question and you will gain the confidence. Number one, you know that after having gone through these two questions, now you know that assumption is something. The very first point you must know that assumption is something that the author has believed in. It means always, whenever we are asked to find out an assumption, the very first point we need to take care of is that we have to find out the assumption for the author. Of the candidates who try to connect it with their own experience for themselves, they choose some wrong option. यानी आपने एक स्टेटमेंट पढ़ा और ये नहीं समझ रहे हैं कि किसके लिए आपको निकालना है. Assumption निकालना होता है the person who has written that statement, जिसका वो विचार है, that जो point है वो उसका है, उसने क्या बिलीव किया होगा, what is his supposition, that you are supposed to find out. So it is always the assumption for the author you have to find out, right? It means you have to find out the author's belief or author's presupposition या author's consideration, जो भी उसने consider करके कोई बात कही. तो पहला point clear, always for the author. Second point is that when you are going to find out the assumption, the author will write the conclusion or the main point in the paragraph. अभी तो आप स्टेटमेंट कर रहे हैं, बट व्हेन यू विल बी डीलिंग विद द पैराग्राफ्स, वहां थोड़ा सा सिनेरियो आपको चेंज होगा. तो आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू दैट ऑलवेज आइडेंटिफाई द मेन पॉइंट. You know what are the steps that you take? This is the steps I am talking about. Because अगर आपको मेथोडिकल वे में चीजें पता होती है तो it becomes easier for you, right? तो कैसे क्या करेंगे? नंबर 2 पॉइंट जो है, जो स्टेप्स की मैं बात कर रहा हूं नंबर 2 में, सबसे पहली चीज है आइडेंटिफाई द मेन पॉइंट, राइट? ऑथर क्या कह रहा है, what he is trying to establish, the point that he is trying to prove. So all the students, like this arrow means the point, that main point that he's trying to establish. Identify that point. Identify the main point. Step number 2, that when you have identified the main point, if the author has given some facts or data in support of the main point, then identify the facts or the data supporting the main point. अब इस स्टेटमेंट था तो ऑथर ने कुछ प्रूव नहीं किया, उसने सिर्फ अपना मेन पॉइंट बता दिया कि मनी इज द रूट कॉज ऑफ ऑल द प्रॉब्लम्स इन अ फैमिली. हाउ इट इज द रूट कॉज, यानी ही हैज नॉट गिवन एविडेंस. पैराग्राफ में आपको हो सकता है उसके लिए वो डेटा या फैक्ट्स भी मिल जाए जो उसके बेसिस पे वो प्रूव करता है. तो ये नंबर 2 पॉइंट है. नंबर 3, जब आपको अगर ये फैक्ट्स और डेटा को अगर मैं यहां रिप्रेजेंट करूं एफ से, एफ फॉर फैक्ट्स, एंड द मेन पॉइंट को अगर मैं सी लिख देता हूं, सी मतलब कंक्लूजन, तो इट विल सेव अवर टाइम, राइट. मुझे पूरी लैंग्वेज नहीं लिखनी, तो एवरीबडी विल अंडरस्टैंड. सी फॉर कंक्लूजन, मेन पॉइंट, एंड एफ फॉर फैक्ट्स. जब वो फैक्ट्स और डेटा लिखता है, पहले यहां देख लीजिए. सो ऑथर आपको पूरा एक अपना स्ट्रक्चर पैसेज में इस तरह का दिखेगा, दैट ही विल राइट द फैक्ट्स, कोई भी रीजन, लॉजिक, फैक्ट्स, डेटा, किसी सर्वे रिपोर्ट, कुछ उसको he will write that first and then he will write his main point. He will establish his main point. Or it could be like this also, that he may write his main point first and then he shows that, then he proves that. फिर वो उसके facts लिख देगा in terms of supporting it. तो facts या evidence आपको पहले भी मिल सकता है, then C, or maybe C first and then F, whatever the case is. जैसे आप इस स्ट्रक्चर को पढ़ते हैं और आपको assumption निकालना है ऑथर का बिलीफ फाइंड आउट करना है, तो ऑथर्स बिलीफ और supposition will be here. Here I mean that this will be an invisible factor connecting. अब this part, which is the connect part, the connecting part between F and C, that will be given in the option. तो ऑप्शन में जाके आपको वो पार्ट निकालना होता है जो इन दोनों को बीच में कनेक्शन कर दे. अगर ये मेन पॉइंट है और ये फैक्ट उसने लिखा, तो ये फैक्ट से कैसे मेन पॉइंट प्रूव किया, हाउ ही हैज एस्टैब्लिश्ड द मेन पॉइंट ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ द गिवन फैक्ट. इन फैक्ट ABCD ऑप्शन में वन ऑफ द ऑप्शन विल हेल्प द फैक्ट टू अराइव एट द कंक्लूजन. So the moment you are going to find out A, you will have to do this thing, that what you add to the given fact, आप फैक्ट में राइट ऑप्शन को जो ABCD में मेंशन है assumption के लिए, अगर उन दोनों को ऐड करते हैं, यानी if you put them together, then collectively they prove the main point. So the equation I write here now, C, यानी author's main point will depend on both things, the fact that author has written plus whatever he has assumed. अब जो assumption है ये मैं invisible part है, of course not written from the options you have to follow. तो ये होगा. अभी आगे जब पैराग्राफ्स करेंगे तो उसमें ये स्ट्रक्चर आपको प्रोमिनेंट दिखेगा. I have just discussed it here. अब so dear, this point is clear. Assumption for the author. First, how you need to approach. If the author has written his main point on the basis of some facts or evidences, identify them. And your assumption, your यानी mental picture आपकी क्या रहेगी, imagine क्या करेंगे, visualize क्या करेंगे कि your assumption from the option ABCD, the correct option, will be connecting both. F और C के बीच में एक bridging the gap का role play करेगा, right? Fine. अच्छा, here nobody should worry about all the English medium students. If I say something in Hindi, it will never be the case that I would not translate that in English. If I am going to say something in Hindi and not saying in English, it will never be the important point. Just it will be an explanation, elaboration of what I have previously said or what I am going to say. Okay, so you need not to worry about that. So F and C and your equation, like you will have to come to C on the basis of this. ये तो हो गया when you come across when both factors are written. इफ यू गो टू दी ऑप्शंस, अब आपको याद होगा मैंने आपसे क्या बोला कि आपको 3 पार्ट पे काम करना होता है. लेट मी टेक यू टू दिस प्रीवियस स्लाइड. What information it seeks, that is clear, author's belief or supposition. Number 2, how to analyze the passage to get this information? Of course, you will have to identify the author ka what is the as main point. So to establish that main point, what he must have considered, presupposed, या assume, क्या उसने सोचा होगा. Number 3 is the options, right? So options में आपको क्या करना होता है? देखिए यहाँ, when you go to the options, if I talk about the right options, the symptom of the right options, you will, of course, the conversely, it can be applied for the wrong options. अगर आपको कहा जाए कि ये चीज bad है तो इसका मतलब it is not good, तो ये आपको करने में मुश्किल नहीं होगा. तो right options के traits बता दूंगा तो wrong options के traits of course just opposite to that और vice versa. So इसलिए I am going to discuss first the right option. यानी for an assumption to be correct, एक assumption को सही होने के लिए क्या क्या options चाहिए, किस किस तरह का traits, what are the characteristics should be there. Number 1 point, that whatever the statement or the paragraph author has said, whatever he has established here as a point, his assertion, वो assertion, वो claim, for that claim the assumption should always be supporting the C. तो assumption for A, for assumption should always be consistent or supporting, easy word, supporting the C. The C means the author's main point. Author का जो भी assertion है, जो main point वो establish कर रहा है. इसलिए जब आपने ये point किया, question किया कि the money is the root cause, Rohit second वाला देखे. Rohit says if it is easy to become an engineer, he doesn't want to be an engineer. So Rohit desires to achieve a thing which is hard earned. This statement as an assumption in fact is supporting the given point. It's an offshoot of the very same thought, right? So दोनों में एक interrelation जो assumption और inference में हो, assumption और main point में होगा कि it will always be supporting or consistent, right? अब ऐसे as I said कि more words you can think of, like it will always be relevant, it will always, right? And hence you can think of about the wrong option, that it should never be inconsistent, it should never be opposing the conclusion. Second point, in terms of and the second point is very important, in terms of the idea, in terms of the thought, in terms of the ideology, तो जो author का main point है, of course the assumption should be supporting it because that is his foundation, वो उसका presupposition है, that will always be supporting. However, you have to be careful that if the options are written, then the claim made by the option, जो option जो कुछ कहता है, maybe in terms of the idea it is supporting the author's point, however, the sufficient data is not given for the entire statement. जो पूरा claim option ने बनाया उसके लिए supporting or sufficient data may not be given there. So you will have to be careful of such options. And this is the deadliest one. In CSAT passages, when we solve, you will see that. Such options, however, connecting or supporting the author's main point, I mean the author's supporting the C means the main point, author's main point, however supporting or connecting with the author's main point, but the sufficient data but the lack in sufficient data. So you have to be very watchful of the data. जो बात कह रहा है उसके लिए कितना डेटा दिया हुआ है, क्या नहीं कह रहा है, right? So anything that goes, so claim जो options के हैं, that you have to be careful of कि what claims it makes, because all ABCD options are making some claims, and your job is as an that is your future job as well. As an officer, you will have to see that there should be sufficient data for any conclusion to be drawn. So same here. सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम स्टूडेंट्स को करता है ये पॉइंट नंबर 2, जो जब वो देखते हैं कि यस कोई भी ऑप्शन ऐसा जो ऑथर के पॉइंट को सपोर्ट कर रहा है, दे नो दैट इट कैन बी चोजन. हाउएवर एट टाइम्स दे फॉरगेट or they overlook this very important point, that whether though it's supporting, but whether for this entire support the sufficient data is there or not, right? So आपको इस point को ध्यान से रखना होगा, ध्यान से देखना होगा, right? So let us go to the a few more questions. अभी तक मैंने आपसे जो डिस्कस किया उसके बेसिस पे फिर कुछ there will be some additions to the language, so to the points, and so this will be like everybody is clear about assumption. Before I give you other questions, it is the author's presupposition, his main point, and the supporting points may be written in the passage. You will have to remember this equation, that the author's assumption is something that will be, if put with the facts or the premise written, it will prove C. So it will be C and A will always be supporting, consistent. इसका मतलब incorrect options हो जाएंगे जो irrelevant है, contradictory to C है. Data must be sufficient. It means all those options will be incorrect for which the data is not given. Fine. So let us go to some more questions of statements. Statement में आपको benefit एक ही होगा कि since less content is there, so you will be able to focus more on the characteristics of the right and wrong option. अब मैं आपको एक क्वेश्चन चूज करके देता हूं थोड़ा, so that you have the multi statements there. Yes. Question number 6 on your screen. Question number 6. When you write your answer, all the options are written, and here 3 assumptions are given. यहाँ ध्यान दीजिएगा, एक वर्ड है यहाँ पर boon, B-O-O-N, boon, that also has the relevant meaning. However, if it is replaced by the word boom, तो फिर ज़्यादा लोगों को clear हो जाएगा. So, boon also supports things, and boom. So there is big boom in drug business, and a number of slum dwellers in Delhi can be seen peddling with small pouches of smack and brown sugar. Yes, the answers are pouring in. All those students who have done CSAT and the students who are joining for the first time know nothing about the assumption. I'm dead sure that the doubts and concepts will be clear, and they will be able to deal with more questions of assumption with confidence. इसलिए पहले मैं आपको statements के through लेके जा रहा हूँ, because कुछ sentences and a few statements means 10-20 words. It gives you more confidence, and then I will show you the paragraphs, and after that some CSAT questions. So by and large today I will focus on assumption. एक आपने ठीक कर लिया तो आपके कम से कम इसमें you can expect 22 टू मे बी मिनिमम हाईएस्ट 22 नंबर, क्योंकि 9 क्वेश्चंस अभी तक पूछे गए assumption में हाईएस्ट, दैट बिकम्स 22.5, 19 2 18, yes 22.5, and lowest जो होगा that you can expect minimum 5 questions will be there. तो minimum 5 भी आ गया dear, तो आपका 12.5. तो this is a question you are doing for your 12.5 minimum to maximum 22.5. It matters a lot in a game जहां आपको 67 marks लाने हैं to clear the exam. Alright, everybody is done. The correct answer I tell you, there is big boom in drug business and a number of slum dwellers in Delhi are, so drug addiction is increasing in the capital. Is there any doubt about this? In terms of the idea, दो पैरामीटर मैंने आपको बताया, आइडिया जो ऑथर ने मेंशन कर दिया, जो उसकी थॉट है यहाँ पर. In terms of the idea, it is supporting or not? Yes, it is supporting. In terms of the data, on 2 parameters you have to cross check. In terms of the data, whether data is sufficient or not? Yes, the data is also sufficient, because ये कहता है boom या boon, दोनों वर्ड, और वो भी big लगा हुआ एडजेक्टिव. There is a big boom in drug business. इसका मतलब business has gone up. So we can say, और business कब जाएगी? Of course, when the consumption is there. So drug addiction is increasing in the capital. Absolutely correct. No doubt about the first one. Second one, क्योंकि दोनों पे टिक है, आइडिया भी सही है, डेटा भी ठीक है. Number 2, most of the big dons involved in the smuggling of drugs live in slums. Most of the big dons. What about the second one? The second one is, in terms of the idea, okay, maybe making sense. There is a possibility. However, in terms of the data, you need to question it. There are peddlers, drug peddlers, जो supply करते हैं यहाँ से वहाँ. ये तो mention है passage में. But about the dons, nothing is mentioned. Whether we don't know whether most of the big dons, and the most word is written. Most means if there are all dons. Let's say that these are all dons. Total number of the dons. अगर total number of the dons 100 है, तो most का मतलब होता है more than 50. All students must interpret the word most in the right perspective. More than 50. इसका मतलब biggest chunk जो है डॉन्स का, वो कहाँ रहता है डियर? ड्रग्स लिव्स इन स्लम्स. यू डोंट हैव डेटा फॉर दिस. हाउएवर आइडिया के टर्म्स में तो क्वेश्चन है. तो सेकंड इज रॉन्ग. थर्ड वन, मोस्ट ऑफ द स्लम ड्वेलर्स वुड डू एनीथिंग फॉर मनी. अब people in the slums, they are involved, but whether all people are involved, some people are involved, some are involved, yes we can say. But when we go for most of the slum dwellers, it means again, if you just imagine there are 100 slum dwellers, then more than 50 must be involved. Where do you have the figure? तो इसका मतलब डेटा पे, आइडिया में तो ये ठीक है, मैच कर रहा है, it reverberates with the para statement. However, in terms of the data, it is incorrect. So you second and third, you don't have data. First one, data, idea, both ways. तो A part, only one is implicit. यानी अब यहां पे देखिए, Yatin, I will address your question, but before that, some student has raised this question earlier. Sir, the words that we don't know, the language part makes it, though some of you may not be aware of the word implicit, but the way it is used, you can make sense. Only one is implicit. Implicit is something which is inbuilt, which is not directly said, however, it is meant. Explicit is just opposite. Explicit is something that has been directly said or it is openly written there. तो ये implicit sense है इसका. ठीक है dear? तो implicit, of course, because assumptions are not directly written. with a foundation जैसा building का है, building foundation is not visible, hence it is also an invisible thing. So dear, only one was correct. Now Yatin, I take up your doubt. Yatin, as of now, whenever you go for the data, as I have told you that you have to evaluate it on the basis of the two things, idea and data. If you have this view that somewhere it creates an issue, believe me that there you might not have noticed the correct data given in the passage or may not be given in the passage. The correctness of the option for assumption depends on only these two parts. according to the idea, main point of the author or the argument of the author or the entire argument, all the entire passage that he has written, the correct option for assumption should in fact support it. And second thing is that we have to cross check whether sufficiency of the data is there or not. तो ये दोनों पॉइंट है और आप देखोगे यदि तो जब हम जाएंगे थोड़े से डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन में और उसमें आप देखोगे यू सी लाइक PYQs में यू विल कम टू नो कि यस इट इज देयर दो आई वुड नॉट डिनाई कि डाउट्स आर नॉट देयर डाउट्स विल बी देयर वो होगा क्योंकि डाउट्स कैसे होगा बिकॉज समटाइम्स डबल मीनिंग वर्ड्स आर रिटन समटाइम्स जो कनेक्शन होता है स्टेटमेंट का PYQs में द कनेक्शन दैट ऑथर एस्टैब्लिशेस विद द गिवन इंफॉर्मेशन इज नॉट इमीडिएट फॉर यू टू कैच इसलिए ऐसा होगा तो एवरीबडी इज नाउ क्लियर अबाउट टू थिंग्स you read the statement but don't question the statement it is the author's statement you read the given as a possible assumptions and then decide as an observer but don't interfere का मतलब आप ये कहेंगे नहीं सी ये पॉश कॉलोनीज में भी तो होता है peddling how author is written this you are not supposed to do that right so take it as it is given your job just as an observer decide about the idea matching or not data sufficient or not बात दो पॉइंट पे आ गई आपको ऑप्शन का कैरेक्टरिस्टिक क्लियर हो गया ओके चलिए अब मैं आपको देता हूं डियर नॉट जस्ट वन क्वेश्चन बट आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू 5 क्वेश्चंस एट अ टाइम थोड़ा सा आपका कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा इसके प्लेंटी ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आई हैव ब्रॉट विद मी स्टेटमेंट क्वेश्चंस सो कौन से हो गए थे फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड वी हैव डन सो यू विल स्टार्ट सॉल्विंग फ्रॉम द क्वेश्चन नंबर 3 4 5 6 हमने कर लिया तो 3 4 5 7 and 8 3 4 5 7 and 8 start from the third one So passage number 5 on your statement number 5 on your screen, and then 6 we have already done, so 7th and 8th after this. Now 6th is done, 7th on your screen, 3 statements are there, 3 assumptions are there. So question number 8 now. Alright, so we discussed now. Most of you must have been through. Time is one important factor, and though I will not emphasize on time factor first. I will first focus on the accuracy part. But gradually, as you go down, you should try to take less time. So starting from the statement number 2. Sorry, 3. Why don't you go to the court if the employer does not pay you the provident fund contribution? Right. So the author's point is clear from there. First one, courts can intervene in matters of dispute between employer and employees. So it is a valid point, because if the courts cannot intervene, then why the author is suggesting, advising another person to go to court? So this is valid. Second is, it is obligatory for the employer to pay the provident fund contribution to the employees. Since he is asking the person to go to the court, on the basis of this that employer is not providing provident fund, it means it is obligatory on the part of the employer to provide it. So both points are clear in terms of the idea. They have the logical connectivity with the passage. In terms of the data, there is a sufficient amount of evidence present in the passage. Right. So both are valid your answer should have been, C option, that is both. So third is both. No one has missed it, and no one should miss it because it is, implicitly given there. Fourth one, author says the district administration has issued a circular to all the farmers under its jurisdiction, advising them for not using pesticides indiscriminately as it may pollute the groundwater. Right? Indiscriminately, without, discriminate uses that when it is justified and you have used your mind and it is on the basis of the correct, and the law and the relevant instructions. Indiscriminate, andhadhun, recklessly, so as it may pollute the groundwater. That is the circular issued. Now we have to find out the assumption for the district administration, what it must have assumed. Number one, people will stop using groundwater if the farmers continue to use pesticide indiscriminately. Now the question is that how do we know that people will stop using groundwater? To stop using groundwater, number one thing it demands that people must be aware of this usage of pesticides. It should be there. And second, they should also be willing, because just being aware is not fine, because they are going to face the problem. Water is such a basic need. So people should have, how we know from this statement that people will stop using water, using groundwater, unless it is given that people know about it. Since district administration has issued this circular to the farmers, it means district administrator is aware of this. But whether the general public living there is aware of this point or not is not clear from it. Lacks in data. It's a data insufficient case. So I just write data I. Second one, farmers may refrain from using pesticides indiscriminately. May refrain from. Absolutely correct in terms of the idea. In terms of the data, it is perfectly fine. Why? Because since district administrator has issued the circular to the farmers, it means they must have assumed that the farmers, it will have, this circular will have impact on the farmers, somewhat impact on the farmers. Otherwise, they would not have issued such a circular. If they knew that it is not going to affect or does not going to have any kind of impact on the farmers. So farmers may refrain from using. That is a valid assumption for the district administration that has issued a circular. And in case of any notice, any circular, any government order, any kind of guidelines that are being issued by any authority, the basic assumption for that authority or that government agency will be that they believe that it will have effect on the people. Otherwise, at the first place, they would not have issued the notice. Secondly, we can also assume that that particular agency or party is responsible to take care of the welfare of the people. For example, this one, or for the employee, or for the students. So if the notice has been issued in a school or in a government office, it means the authorities have a concern to the people. So the second one is a valid one. First is wrong. It should be B option. Yani only two. Only second one. Chaliye. For number 5. Deepak has a large collection of books. Okay, large collection of books, and he keeps on purchasing new books to add to his collection. Mind you that he has a large collection of books. It means we can choose the first one. Deepak loves and cares for books. Otherwise, he would not have been able to save his books. So he has largest collection. It means he takes care of them. The first one is valid on the basis of the idea. It's supporting. Logical connection is there from the statement, as well as the data. It's also sufficient. So both tick. Second one, Deepak has read each and every book. Always be careful of the words that are telling you frequency, like always or never and each and every. Every book that he has purchased. The question is that maybe in terms of idea it may be attaching because somebody who loves books must have read it also. However, we are not sure that whether he has read each and every book or not. So in terms of the data, it fails. So second one is not correct. The answer should be option A. Only the first one. Question number 7. कई बार ऐसा भी होता है कि like you have a large collection of books but you yourself have not read each and every book. The 7th is the civic authority has decided that all the factories. Now look at the civic authority. There it was district administration in earlier question. Has decided that all the factories located inside the city limits be shifted outside to reduce the level of environmental pollution in the city. Now we need to find out the assumption for the civic authority. Behind this action, what they have assumed. First one, the pollution level in the city in future may reduce. In the future may reduce after these factories are shifted outside the city limit. Obviously, the city civic authority must have evaluated the pros and cons of their instructions, their action, and since they have come out with this order, so it must have been it must be beneficial for the environment. So pollution level will go down. So in terms of the data, valid. In terms of the idea, both wise. First is correct. Second one, enough usable land is available outside the limit for these factories. Also correct. Enough land is there. That is the reason they are asking. So before asking the factories to move to the outside to the outskirts of the city, outside the limit of the city, they must have estimated the ground, the land that is available, usable land. So second is also valid in terms of data, in terms of idea. Third is many of these factories may shift to some other smaller towns to remain profitable. Now this one we don't know. It is maybe, may not be, but we don't have the data here. तो ये आपका third one wrong है. First and second correct, तो आपका आंसर होना चाहिए B option. Now question number 8. Now I take up this question here in the third one. Many of these factories may shift to some other smaller towns. अगर ये होता will shift, right, or yeah may shift, for both cases it is wrong. Third one is wrong. However, in the first one, it is written the pollution level in the city in future may reduce, right? This may is appropriate here. Will reduce because we don't know that whether the other sources of the other causes of pollution, whether they will also be contained, they will remain in check, or there will be an increase. So here they are taking an action on these factories. However, the other maybe like vehicular pollution and traffic volume increases and all these reasons for the pollution level. So overall, whether the pollution level will come down or not, for will word will be questionable here in that case. Got it? So may is absolutely correct because it is a future thing. It's an estimation. Up the estimation can go higher probability is that this way to reduce it. That's why may is appropriate. And will be questionable. क्योंकि आपके पास उसके लिए फिर डेटा क्वेश्चन हो जाएगा, राइट? स्टेटमेंट नंबर 8. Okay, Sahaj, I will take up your question, but once I am done with the 8th one. This one, number 8, do not lean out of the moving train. A warning in the railway compartment. So railway is the authority, what they must have assumed in terms of the data, in terms of the idea. First one, such warnings will have some effect. Yes, it will have some effect. Assuming that they have written this warning. Otherwise, the authority that is issuing the warning, they would not have given it if they know that it will not have any effect. So first is valid. Second, leaning out of a moving train is dangerous. Yes. Had it not been dangerous, they would not have mentioned it. So leaving out of moving train is dangerous. Second, it is the duty of railway authorities to take care of passenger safety. Yes, from this warning, we can also assume the third one. So here all are in fact making sense. duty of the railway authorities is yes, the first is valid. Leaning out of moving train is dangerous. That's the reason they have asked not to lean. And duty of railway authorities to take care of passenger safety. Yes, that is also. So here the option combination is not suggesting any. It should be all. All are implicit, in fact. Now, look at this. In this question, such warnings will have somewhat effect in terms of the idea, in terms of the data. That is correct, because if this is not so, they would not have written the warning, right? And since the word some is written here, that's why I accept it. I omit this will here. And some effect, yes, it will have some effect, as they are saying. Leaning out of moving train is dangerous, that's why they are asking not to lean. It is the duty of railway authorities to take care of passenger safety, yes, as the railway has issued this safety issue. So all are implicit is in fact not written in any of the option. However, if any of you have chosen all are implicit, that is the correct answer. So here it should have been first, second and third, all three. Now, the students who have raised, so question number 8 is clear to you? Question number 6 ke about question number 5, a student has written about. I will address those doubts about land and this question number, statement number 5. Deepak has a large collection, as it says, of books and keeps on purchasing new books to add to his collection. He has a large collection. Now, Deepak loves and cares for books. Somebody has said that how do we know that he loves the books? Then why he keeps purchasing? If you know he doesn't love the book, he doesn't love books, then why he is purchasing it? And this very point is that since he has the large collection, it means he takes care of that. So love and care is evident and implicitly mentioned in this very evidence that large collection he has and he keeps purchasing new books. So that point was invalid. ये बिल्कुल correct है, data में भी और उसमें भी, in terms of data as well as in terms of idea. Now another question number 7, a student has doubt. When the civic authority has decided to move all these factories out at the outskirts of the city, and here second is there when enough usable land is available outside the limit for these factories. My dear, somebody has written कि sir land not mentioned in the statement. Did I tell you that everything written in the assumption will always be mentioned in the passage? अब बताइए factories के लिए you need land or you आप space में जाकर के factory establish करेंगे? So you will have to apply your logic also that each and every word may not get a mention there. Land, of course, the factories will be on land, so you cannot raise this question. Okay, so the second is also valid. I hope you have understood. So how many of you have got all correct? So up to question number 8 you have solved. Now let me give you now more questions based on these statements. तो अब 5 की जगह पर मैं आपको आप अपना assessment कर you keep on assessing yourself that how many questions you are getting correct. So accuracy level, whether it is touching, it should attain 80%. So in case you are going to solve let's say 5 questions, 4 must be correct, not less than that. तो 3 वाले मैं देख रहा हूँ यहाँ पे 3 only 3 correct. किसी most of the people have got 4 correct, just 1 wrong. Some people have got just all correct. Great. So like Matri Singhal has got all correct, And Maitri, there are people who have got jealous of you, let me tell you. So your performance, speaks, uh, you know, volume of your talent. तो चलिए आप देखते हैं अब I think the other ones must try to get into that bracket, into that club of 80%. So starting from question number 9 to question number 13. 9 to 13. इसके बाद हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे once we have solved all the given questions, we'll go for the paragraphs, and then the third thing will be CSAT passages. So question number 12 and 13 on your screen. Another 2 minutes you have to complete both. Alright, so now we discuss starting from the question number 9. The central government has directed the state governments to reduce government expenditure in view of the serious resource crunch, and it may not be able to sanction any additional grant to the states for the next 6 months. First assumption, the state governments are totally dependent, kind of extreme term, and in terms of the data it is lacking, right? So the first one cannot be the correct assumption. Totally they are dependent, right? Or maybe partly they are dependent, or maybe a little more. We don't know exactly. So totally we don't have data. Second, the central government has reviewed the expenditure account of the state governments. Of course, since the central government has come out with this notion and that the state government should cut down their expenditure, it means they must have reviewed it. They must have analyzed it, because analysis ke bina how can you do this? Second one is valid in terms of the idea. It is related to the past, the point. In terms of the data, we can establish the logical connection. Third one, the state governments will abide by the directives. Now, will abide by the directives issued by the central government. Otherwise, why the central government would have issued this directive? So please understand, the issuing authority always does this with an assumption, with this presupposition that there will be a binding effect on those to whom the notice or the guidelines are being issued. So we find that the second and the third are implicit or valid assumptions. First, because of the word totally is incorrect. Next one, 10th one. In fact, with every question you learn something, right? So at times you come across some kind of wrong options and there is new addition in your knowledge. Sometimes it may also cause confusion, however, that I'm here to address that. So first one says Satish has been selected president of the student senate. He has been elected the president of this senate. Okay, so he must be senior. He must be senior. It means the conclusion has been drawn. Now look at this. I told you earlier that author will write the fact, or we also call it a premise, and on the basis of that he will draw a conclusion. So conclusion is that, the indicator is also written here. So he must be senior. This conclusion is drawn. So what the author's presupposition is? Number one, only seniors can be members of the student senate. First of all, the statement does not talk about the member, it talks about the president. Satish has been elected president for the student senate, not as a member. So we don't know whether for a membership seniority is required or not. So only seniors can be members of the student senate, cannot be assumed. And here nobody should assume that first he should be a member, only then he will be appointed as a president. ये आपका जो ये normal scenario है outside that you bring in, at times we assume we get it wrong. Because we don't know what is the criterion followed in this. Who knows that it is maybe the president is from outside? No, he is not even the member of the Senate, yet he has been appointed, for this chair. So first is wrong. Second is, so he must be senior. Only seniors can be president of the student senate. Absolutely correct. Because on the basis of his appointment, his election, the author is making a conclusion that he must be senior. It means only seniors can be president of the student. If there were possibility of any other thing apart from senior, the author would not have drawn the conclusion on the basis of this occurrence, right? Now, third one, only members of the student senate can be seniors. Now, the reverse of that, only members of the student senate can be seniors. Nowhere it is given. It is just given that as a president he is elected, so he must be senior. So about the membership, no information. So in terms of the data, it is wrong. In terms of the data, the first is wrong and only the second is implicit. So B should have been your answer. It's a good question. And in case some students have doubt in this, like question number 10, or they don't have doubt, still I will have to tell you one aspect of this question because it is repeatedly used in CSAT papers, this kind of reasoning. देखिए अगर आपको ये बताया गया, if you are told that only Indians are honest, right? Only Indians are honest. If you have been told this fact, and then you come to know about another fact, you come to know that there is a person let me give his an English name, Jack. You know about Jack and you come to know that Jack is honest. So what you can conclude from these two facts, fact number one, fact number two, only Indians are honest and you get to know that Jack is honest. So you will conclude that Jack must be Indian, Jack is Indian. Why? Because no other person who is honest, no other person from any other country is honest. Only Indians are honest. So it means if you come across any honest person, he must be Indian. Just like the given statement, Satish has been elected president of the student senate, so he must be senior, right? So it means that only seniors can be president of the student senate. So through this example, we'll be able to understand this logic. Only Indians are honest, Jack is honest, so Jack is Indian. That's valid conclusion on the basis of these two facts. If the word only is not written here and you are only, this information is given that only, Indians are honest, Jack is honest, can you say Jack is Indian? No, maybe he may be Indian, he may not be Indian. Because this statement tells Indians are honest, but it does not say that only Indians are honest. So it leaves the room for other nationals to be honest as well. We cannot rule out that possibility. So ये argument जो correct option आपका हुआ है, second one, that is based on the very same logic. Now question number 11. We have enough evidences to conclude that the economic prosperity of any nation is dependent on the quality of its human resource. First one, it is possible to measure the quality of human resource of a nation. Yes, because of that evidence, author has come to this conclusion. So if the if it was not possible to measure the quality of human resource, how this conclusion or how this statement would have been written? So it means that first is correct in terms of the idea, in terms of the thought, logical connection is there, in terms of the data, it's sufficient. Second, achieving economic prosperity is a cherished goal of every nation. How do you know that it is a goal of every nation? It is not coming from the statement, and you are not allowed to assume things on your own. So all the GS champs, please be careful of this, that at times you bring in your own knowledge, your own assumptions, your own presupposition. As Sahaj Jain was doing there, that a person who has a huge collection of books, like Deepak was mentioned there, has huge collection of books and he keeps purchasing more books. And his point was that he may not be loving book, he may not be loving book and yet he has a large collection and he keeps purchasing. तो वो सहज आपका खुद का एक अपना assume किया हुआ point है. Assumption will be on the basis of the given information in the statement. इससे जो projections निकलेंगे, the spectrum that come out of that you will that will be the base of your answer. तो ये point achieving economic prosperity, cherished goal of every nation is wrong, and hence your correct answer is only one, the first one. Question number 12, the new scheme gives people the opportunity to voluntarily declare their disclosed property and legitimize it by paying the lowest ever rate of tax. First one, the new scheme is much better than the earlier schemes. Now please be careful and notice the plural form here, than the earlier schemes. It means all those schemes that were there earlier. About this new scheme, a particular dimension is described here. A particular dimension means the new scheme gives people the opportunity to voluntarily declare their disclosed property and legitimize it by paying more tax. All the dimensions of this new scheme has not been mentioned here. So how can we compare and say that this new scheme is much better than earlier schemes? This plural form. Had they mentioned, अब ये कैसे correct हो जाता? उस केस में जब यहाँ पे लिखा होता, if it was had it been written this way, that the new, so far as this declaration of disclosed property and legitimizing by paying the lowest tax is concerned, this new scheme is better than, ये correct हो जाएगा, because it mentions the exact point, the dimension on which this comparison is being done. But you see here कि यहाँ पे तो वो that point is not mentioned. In a general way, it says this new scheme is much better than earlier schemes. So far as the property, disclosing property is concerned and legitimization is concerned, in that case that is okay. But that is not mentioned here. Hence, the first one, in terms of the data, it loses out. In terms of the idea, yes, it matches. Second, people may desire to pay less tax and own things legitimately. Yes, that is very much evident from the last part, because it is giving them an opportunity. It means the author believes in this. The second one is a valid in terms of the idea, in terms of the data. So B should have been the correct answer. I will come to the doubts, once I have discussed all the questions. तो ये क्योंकि साइड बाय साइड उसको मैं नहीं बाद में आके पढ़ूंगा. अब ये देखिए, double your money in 5 months. सहज and other such students who earlier went for their own assumptions, वो आपको ध्यान रखना है इसमें. अब इस तरह की you come across this kind of advertisement, this kind of, and mostly these kind of schemes are run by the scamsters. So here is an advertisement, double your money in 5 months. But how can we assume that the assurance is not genuine? However, it happens in our society, in our country, yet we do not know about this one, about the statement given here. So whether it's genuine or ingenuine, no data is given. So in terms of the idea, it may reverberates with your experiential thing. However, in terms of the data, there is an insufficiency. So you cannot choose this one. The second one, people want their money to grow. Yes, otherwise why? So you have to assume it for the person who has written this advertisement. What he must have believed in. If people do not want their money to grow, then why this line says double your money in 5 months? Because the advertisements, the basic purpose of advertisement is actually to promote, to promote something. So this promotion or this propagation would not have come to an end if we deny this one. So people want their money to grow. In terms of the idea, in terms of the data, it is correct, because that is the underlying assumption, presupposition by the person who has written the advertisement. So we are always supposed to choose. So here we come to 13. We are always supposed to choose the assumption for the person who has written it. The first point I wrote in the morning, कि आपको पहले ये देखना होगा कि वो ऑथर के लिए आप चूज कर रहे हैं, जिसने एडवर्टीजमेंट लिखा है उसके लिए आपका प्रीसपोजिशन या assumption क्या है. Okay, now 13 तक कर लिया. I don't know. Yes, people have written their scores. Let me just address a couple of doubts and then I will discuss some additional points. Any nation and every nation, as you have taken a cue from my example, that was while explaining this point. This point, we have enough evidences to conclude that the economic prosperity of any nation is dependent on the quality of its human resources, and achieving economic prosperity is a cherished goal of every nation. Author's statement talks about his observation that he has enough evidences. However, this statement says that achieving economic prosperity is a cherished goal of every nation. Whether it is the cherished goal of every nation or it is not, nation here by and large you can say the governments, whether the governments have this cherished goal or not, we don't know. So just don't stick to one word, rather look at the the meaning in totality. तो इसके पूरा मैसेज क्या आ रहा है और इसका पूरा मैसेज क्या है उसको देखना है. तो एनी नेशन इज इक्वल टू एवरी नेशन, नो, यू शुड नॉट नेवर गो टू दैट, अदरवाइज देयर विल बी कंफ्यूजन. तो ऑथर का ऑब्जर्वेशन कुछ और है, उसके पास एविडेंस है और दैट economic prosperity of any nation is on the quality of its human resource. But whether that economic prosperity was achieved on the basis of this cherished goal and it was intensively pursued by the nation, by the government or not, we don't know, Maitri. Okay, Yatin, sir, in question 3, the word obligatory. Yatin, you have gone to question number 3 now. In question 3, the word obligatory in 2 option is not its extreme sense. I will discuss. Obligatory, Yatin, is never an extreme term, because they are asking that the person was asking, the author was asking the other person to go to the court because the authority was not giving him provident fund. It means it was for that person who is saying that go to the court because the court has, the employer has not given you provident fund. It means he believes that it is obligatory on the person, on the employer to give it. तो ये कोई extreme word नहीं है और ये valid है from the given point. Nation is mentioned in question, isn't it well relate to connect point 2. Kundan, I have already given answer to your question. So it is better than the earlier schemes was the point my point was that a particular dimension of this new scheme was mentioned. So you cannot say that it is better than other schemes, like in totality it sounds on all dimension, whereas only one dimension was given there. So far as this point is concerned, it gives the opportunity to the people to actually disclose their property. The lowest superlative degree is mentioned here, the lowest ever rate of tax. The new scheme is much better than the earlier schemes. It is like, the scheme and its this particular scheme and its one dimension is mentioned in the paragraph. And in the statement talks about just one aspect. That aspect is when the people disclose their property and lowest ever income. What are the other features of this scheme, since not given here in the statement and not being compared with the earlier scheme? Hence, in totality, you cannot say this proves that this new scheme is much better than the earlier schemes. I said that always it should have been mentioned that on what grounds it is better. that ground, if or that particular point or base were mentioned in the passage, you could have easily chosen it. But that is not given here. So ये statement, it sounds as if it is in totality. Alright, so anyway, so kuch miss, some miss, and with a few hits, some people are still, getting along. And now all 5 correct, many people have got, and ninth one, Rudra, okay, I have discussed ninth one. Let me just address this issue. Ninth is, because of the totally, the first one was wrong. The second one has reviewed the expenditure. The main point is that since they have issued a direction, the state central government, so of course you know how the governments work. They go through something and after that official direction is issued. So this means the second is valid assumption. Third one, the state governments will abide by the directives. Will abide by the directives. Otherwise, why the central government is issuing this directive? So we cannot come out with this. Yes, once it happened that a particular state in that year did not abide by the directive of the state central government. You know, we cannot just go by those stray cases. However, in totality, how a federal structure works, accordingly we have to look at this statement, because the author has not given any kind of exceptional cases here. So we'll go for the third as well. So second and third were valid. Now, let me now take you, before you go to the other type of questions, as of now, all the students who have done a few miss, who have got a few hit, mixed thoda sa performance jinka hai, they just come back and look at this, that we are trying to find out the assumption on the basis of the assertion, that point author has mentioned. We evaluate the options on the basis of data, on the basis of the idea. And that's the reason I mentioned these 2 points. Now, one more point I must add here, and this point, because at a time I did not tell you all the theory, it was the third point. In the first point, you get to know that in terms of the idea, it should be there. In terms of the correct option, in terms of the data, it must be sufficient. Third point is that if you come across any statement that's a mere repetition of the given statement, that should never be chosen, because that's not an assumption. So, a mere repetition, a verbatim, just a copy, so this is an addition to your knowledge of the right characteristics of right and wrong option. So a mere repetition of the fact should not be chosen. It's a characteristic of a wrong option. Let me now quickly take you to the remaining question. At the end of these statement questions, after that we'll go for the paragraph. तो अभी और ध्यान से करेंगे, ठीक है? So that you get to the club, and starting from question number 14. From 14 to 20 you are supposed to solve. 20 is here. 20 is, yes, it is from 14 to 20 in a row. And कितने हो जाएंगे dear questions ये? It will be 7 questions. So 14 to 20 out of 7 score आपको बताना है, जल्दी करेंगे. You have got in total 7 minutes to solve these 7 statements. Your time starts now. The PDF has been provided, Rakesh. It is there. थोड़ा सा ठीक ठाक देख लीजिए, उसको सर्च कर लीजिए. In case you don't come across, these are just the statements, so you can read it through the screen. Math 3, what I have written, a mere word-to-word copy should not be chosen. Word-to-word copy. A perspective explanation may be a restatement of the given idea with a different perspective, with a simplified version that can be accepted. But if in the paragraph it is written that each student is aspired to clear CSAT 2023, this one line is written in the paragraph, and you are asked to find out the assumption, and one of the options says each student is aspired to clear CSAT 2023. It will be incorrect because it is the factual repetition. चलिए आपने 14 कर लिया, 15th one. You need to maintain your excitement and energy level and attention level. That is a must. This is the fag end of your preparation. So should not take any chances. हंसी मजाक चलता रहेगा, but sincerity and utmost sincerity is required. So statement number 19. All the three names are mentioned, Smriti, Maya and Mamta. So coincidentally the names of three politicians. And I think in terms of the context it fits in. Smriti is really audacious. Alright, so 19th is done. The last statement. Alright, so I suppose 20th is done. Pankaj, you seem to have a very in-depth understanding of political scenario. By the way, you are going to bureaucracy, and of course I can understand your your limitation, your helplessness rather. Alright dear, so we now discuss the answers starting from 13. 14th rather, 13th you have already done. 14th, retired persons should not be appointed for executive post in other organizations. Why they should not be appointed? No reason is mentioned in the statements. Hence be careful of this data. Retired persons lack the zeal and commitment. Now this is one of the reasons given. We don't know whether this reason is valid or not. Please don't bring in your own understanding of the retired persons. That they lack in zeal and commitment. Who knows? Maybe some of them may have more than the youngsters. So this is, in terms of the data, it loses out. In terms of the idea, yes, it gets somewhat alignment with the statement. Second one, retired persons do not take interest in work and welfare of the new organization. Again, we don't know whether this is valid or not, because no information on that, why they should not be appointed, is given here. So in terms of the data, it again loses out. So neither 1 nor 2 should have been the answer for 14th. And I have already clarified it, so I believe nobody has any doubts in this. Somebody is still looking for the PDF, Rahul. Okay, question number 15. We must settle all the payment due to suppliers within 3 working days. Timing is 3 working days. First one, we will have necessary funds in our account to settle the bills. Yes, the person who is saying this in terms of the idea, in terms of the data, it is valid. Otherwise, why is he saying that we must settle the payment within 3 working days? It means they have sufficient balance in their, they have sufficient fund. So first is valid. We will have necessary fund in our account to settle the bills. Second is we are capable of verifying and clearing the bills in less than 3 working days. Within is written, so within means ki this is also correct in terms of the idea, and data is coming from within, so in terms of the data as well. दोनों point valid है. The answer should have been for 15. Both should have been chosen. Okay, next is 16. Pollution is a slow poison, and therefore social scientists and the media must work together to create sensitivity among people. Now the author's idea is clear. He wants the social scientists plus the media to work together for this particular purpose, to create sensitivity. So what is first assumption? Media is well informed and aware about the effects of pollution. Yes. In terms of idea, in terms of data, we can say. Otherwise, why the author is asking the media, or rather giving a prescription that media should be involved? It means media, without being well informed on the topic, it would not have been suggested by the author. So first is a valid and implicit assumption. मैंने अभी discuss कर लिया इसलिए. So some students who are not paying attention, they may ask the doubts separately. So side by side, I am addressing it. Second, media is likely to influence people to raise their sensitivity towards various problems. Likely to influence, yes, that's also valid, absolutely correct. Otherwise, why the media would have been asked? So on both parameters, I and D, it is correct, and the correct answer is both for 16th. For 17, in country X, a public servant cannot claim immunity from prosecution for any objectionable act committed while performing his official duty. Right, so from prosecution, he cannot claim immunity. First, a public servant is likely to commit an objectionable act while performing his official duty. Obviously, that is the reason the provision is made there. If there were had there been no possibility of such a thing to happen, the provision would not have been made at the first place. So first one is, in terms of I, in terms of D, it is correct. The first is correct. Second, everyone is equal before law. Now, everyone has been mentioned here. You see, the statement is only talking about the public servant. However, everyone means everyone in the country, including the political class, right? So nothing has been mentioned about, in terms of the data, about everyone is equal before law. The second one के लिए आपके पास idea terms, in terms of idea it matches. However, in terms of the data, the word everyone is questionable. No data is given. We don't know whether the privileged people, the political class and the other super rich and all that, whether they are equal before law or not. So this one, this extreme word everyone, for that data should have been cross-checked. So A should have been the answer for 17th question. Question number 18. The author has written, the management of PQR Private Limited has asked the workers union to call off strike immediately, otherwise the management would be forced to close down the factory. Now first is no alternative other than closing down the factory is left. Look at this statement, no alternative is left for the management of PQR Private Limited. The point is that the author has told us that the management has said this to the workers union who are on a strike. Whether any other alternative is left or not, no information is given on that. The management has given this, that we will close down this, we will you call off the strike, otherwise we will close down the factory. So whether any other alternative is available to them or not, so it's this first one is a maybe case, yani in terms of the data we don't have the clarity here. Okay, no alternative is left. It is the author has only mentioned what the management has said. Author himself has not said that no alternative is left, or he has not given any information about the possibility of other alternatives or any alternatives. So this is a kind of extreme term and you don't have the data supporting it, complete data. So maybe case cannot be chosen, must be, in terms of data there should be sufficiency. Such threat may have some effect on the workers union. Why the management is giving this threat to the workers, and look at the word, it says that will have some effect, and that's why it's correct. Right. Now, had it been also written with some kind of extreme word like no alternative is there, we would have questioned this one. But it said the such threat may have some effect, that's why it's acceptable. And otherwise the point is that why the management had given this threat. So they expect this. But no alternative is available, that's for that we have not been given data. Okay, they have exhausted all the other alternatives. 19th one, look at her audacity. जैसे आप हिंदी में कहते हैं ना, हिम्मत तो देखो उसकी. Smriti hasn't replied to my letter. Mamta tells Maya, and Mamta assumes. Mamta's assumption you need to find out. First one, Smriti has received her letter. Yes, that's why she is saying that look at her audacity. So in terms of the data, sufficient data. Second, Smriti did not receive her letter. Then how Mamta is saying that look at her audacity. So that second is incorrect. In terms of the idea, it fails. You know, ये idea पे fail हो जा रहा है. It is inconsistent to the given statement. The letter was sent by post. अब whether the letter was sent by post or courier or with some that is not clear from the passage. So no data is given about this third one. Hence, you only have the first one. A should have been chosen. The last statement. Put a notice on the board that all the employees should come on time to office. An officer tells his assistant. It is a notice about all employees should come on time. So all employees come late, we cannot say. They may be coming late, they may not be coming late. Who knows that some of them are coming late, and that's why the notice says that, so notice is in general about all employees. But whether all employees come late or majority of them come late, we cannot say. So in terms of I plus D, it loses out on data. We cannot establish this for all. Though all word is given here, but in a different perspective. The perspective is here that it should be brought to the notice of all, even those who are coming on time. Second, employees read each notice on the board, such notice on the board. Of course, that's why the officer is asking his assistant to put this notice on the board. If the employees do not read, then why it is put on the board? So this for second is valid in terms of the idea of the officer, in terms of the data of the officer. Third is employees will follow the instruction. Yes, that's the reason the officer is asking his assistant to put it. Suppose the notice is not going to have any impact on the employees, the officer would not have asked them. So this you get the second and third as correct one. D for Delhi is the right answer. Jatin, in the previous 18th question, it is the management version is not written here. Only the author has mentioned what the management has asked the workers union, right? So whether no alternative is left, that we have to decide on the basis of this. Suppose this statement of that we will not be left with any other options were written in the inverted comma like the Mamta's this case, look at her audacity, like question number 20, then we would have only focus on the, like in question number 20 or the previous 19, we will only focus on the assumptions, presuppositions of the officer. But the management of the company's version is not written here. It is the author that is reporting what management has said. So we don't have the clarity over that, whether any alternative is left or not. Okay. So now, your scores quickly. Out of 7, some people, yes, some have got all correct. 6 out of 7, 5 out of 7. Okay, nice. Yatin, do mention your score. All right, great. Now, I can take up one doubt, 15th one. Yes, the 15th one, the second statement says, we are capable of verifying and clearing the bills in less than 3 working days. Within word is written. What is the meaning of within? Within means that if the particular time period is given, suppose these 2 lines, within and the word within means that if these are the upper limits, you need to complete something within this. If you are supposed to submit your answer Within a day, it means you can submit it before 24 hours is over. Maximum limit is like 24, but it should not exceed that 24 hours period. So within 3 days, he's saying, so of course, less than 3 working days they are capable of. Otherwise, why this point is being said? Why the author is saying we must settle? Folks, so you are here. So question different. Advise the state government funds. Then how does the author? Sayan, when the central government point was written, the central government has given the directive to this state government to cut down their expenditures. It means the central government must have reviewed it, right? So central government must have gone through this, you give an instruction after analysis of the points, So that's why in that question, this point was chosen. If in that question, Mini, it was given that information and awareness was also mentioned. So media is there as well. So for the expert knowledge, maybe you can say that social scientists are there. But so far as the knowledge of that particular field is concerned, of course, the media does also have that. So you cannot dismiss that option on the basis of that. This point is given that media is well informed, Mini, and aware about the effects of pollution. Social scientists are there, maybe for expert knowledge, maybe for the solutions, for the recommendations. But so far as the awareness of this pollution is concerned, the media is informed, and media is a body that is generally informed about the basic problems the country is facing. So that's why first was correct, and second, there is no doubt. Fine. So these are the statement-based questions of assumptions. The purpose of choosing these questions was to make it easier for you, so that you get ready for the second step, that is the paragraphs. Now, without giving you more information, and because you have the sufficient points, I've already discussed about this. These are the characters of right option and wrong options. Rest of the points you are aware. However, I would just repeat the approach part, that when you are going to solve a paragraph, what is the first problem you are going to face is the content. Because the statement में एक ही single statement है वहाँ पर आपको, so you do not face much problem. But when you are going to read 70, 80, 100 words, of course you need to be more cautious. You need to be more observant. And for that reason, be careful of the steps you take. Number one step is to identify the main point that author is trying to establish, trying to prove. Identify how the author has arrived this point, and whether he has written facts or premises for that. It is the base. And then when you choose the option, identify such an option from A, B, C, D that is going to connect both P to C. This trajectory, if you follow, the correct option will fit in and will supply the missing link between P and C. So if I give you an example I generally use in the classroom, it's a very simple example. If the author says that it's Mr. Sharma has an experience of a decade in public life So he will be a good leader, right? The indicator is so here. The conclusion, the main point is being established that Mr. Sharma will be a good leader on what basis? On the basis of that he has a decade experience in his 10 years experience in public life. It means what the author has. So you find that the C is written here at the end. Premise, your fact is written. Fact is here the 10 years experience. Main point is that he will be a good leader. He will prove to be a good leader. So what the author has assumed that a person who has a decade's experience or an experience of a decade in public life makes one a good leader. So the valid assumption will establish the missing link between the two. So in the options when you go, you have to just find out the missing link. Okay. Now, in the same exercise, now the students who are someone has written, if you in case you are hungry, I think you can have a quick bite, mini meals. I am not stopping because I can't see you. It is only one way, though I am under the glare, I am under the scanner of yours. So rather I should ask you, can I have this or that? So dear, you can have quick bite, but there is no respite because it's you are running in a marathon. So of course it should be like that. And above all, it is like we are giving a kind of closing touch and giving you entire overview of this subject, so that there is no chance or no risk of there in 2023. And that's the reason I will give you straight away the passages. But in the passages, be careful. You have to identify what is the main point author is trying to establish. उसके लिए उसने क्या data या fact use किया है, and which option is supplying the missing link. Again, the 2 points. The such option for which the idea of the author, yani the correct option will always be like a foundation. In terms of idea, it will supporting, logically connected. There will be a cohesion. Second thing, in terms of the data, it should be sufficient data. In terms of a factual repetition, it will not be an assumption. So let's solve the passage number 1. Sayan and Rahul, for both of you, that management course of action was mentioned, right? That they have given this, they have said this to the workers on the strike. However, the author has just reported it up to make on the basis of that, coming to this assumption that no alternative is left. We cannot make any comment about the no alternatives left. You can only choose that if you just follow the management's thread. But whether management is using it as a hoax or as a genuine point, I mean, we don't know. And since the author has not given us any, author has merely reported what the management has said. So on the basis of that, saying that no, alternative is left. Had they said no alternative may be left, we could have considered it, but not in this case. Let's go to the passage number 1. This says, scientists have discovered a new species of butterfly that lives only in a small region of Central America and is active only at night. This is what? This first statement, when you have read, it's like a fact, what scientists have done. Fact number 1, we can say, or premise number 1. Second point, during the day it rests in treetops where its green color matches the foliage perfectly. Everybody knows foliage for the Hindi medium students. जो पूरी ग्रीनरी आपको पेड़ पे दिखती है, पत्तियां होती हैं, उसमें सब मिला लें, include the leaves and all that, that is called foliage. Therefore, now the conclusion is written, and I ask you to first identify the conclusion. Therefore, the scientist must have discovered the butterfly at night. This is the conclusion. Author has written 2 facts. Fact number 2. Fact number 1 was where they have discovered, where scientists have discovered. Fact number 2 is that the characteristic of this particular butterfly, its green color matches the foliage, and then author jumps to the conclusion. तो अगर मैं इसका डायग्राम बनाऊं स्टूडेंट्स की for the ease of your learning, PIM, wherever I am writing P, it means premise, right, or fact. चलिए मैं, since I have been repeatedly saying facts, so I just write facts. F1 and F2, then he has jumped to the conclusion. Which option is bridging the gap? You are supposed to choose the option. Make sure that that is supplying the link. So people have chosen A and B. Majority of you have chosen B, and D has also been chosen. So 3 options have been chosen. It means there is some issue. Earlier you were dealing with 2 statements for a valid assumption. Now here 4 options are written. The same thing will work. The same approach. How the author has come to the assumption. So I discussed this one. The first one, the newly discovered butterfly is not related to any other species of butterfly. Now it's a newly discovered, whether it is related to any species of butterfly or not, it is not in the mold of the answer. Because how the author has arrived to the conclusion, by following facts and facts, he comes to the conclusion. So you need to find out an option that is bridging the gap. What does A talk about? A option talks about another piece of information, which is not like an assumption, right? Is not related to any other species. Who knows that they come to know that it is related to one of the species of the butterfly? So my point is that you should look straight. आप सीधे चलिए. Answer जब assumption का करने जा रहे हैं, that where the main point is written, on what basis. So A does not supply the missing link. B option, there is no way for the scientist to detect the butterfly during the day. No way for the scientist to detect the butterfly during the day, because author has jumped to the conclusion that the scientist must have discovered the butterfly at night. It means he believes in this. So this B option, as majority has chosen, actually supplies the author's belief. C option, no, the butterfly species lives in this region of Central America. It has nothing to do, no data in terms of idea, it is not relevant. The last option, the foliage in the butterfly's habitat is completely green. Already mentioned, right? In the butterfly's habitat is completely green. It's given during the day, it rests in treetops where its green color matches the foliage perfectly. So the foliage in the butterfly's habitat is completely green. Matches the foliage, that's green is given there. Where how the author has come to the conclusion that they must have discovered at night, it means which belief it must be true for this argument, for this conclusion to hold. So you are supposed to find out the assumption. As the majority of the students chose B option, but a considerable number of students have gone for option D, and it means that you have deterred. You have deterred, and D part is not supplying the missing link, which B is doing. If B is not true, the author's argument will also be incorrect, author's main point. So your job is actually is a clear-cut job, that you need to identify C, then go to how the author has arrived, and then choose the option. So chaliye, first one, is that clear to the students who have chosen D option? Twinkle and Vijay and other such students who have gone for D option must have cross-checked this given data. Make sure that you do not repeat the error. I just, tell you the approach will be identify the point that author has established, how he has established that point, the facts or the premises that he has written, and choose the option that should be in the category of must be true. It will be must be true when it is relevant to the author's idea, as we have discussed in the statement questions, plus the data is mentioned there, sufficient data is mentioned there, data sufficient on this basis, and it will be like, you know, supplying the missing link. So it will establish the relation between the two. Let me cite here one more example, because D option में कई लोग confuse हो गए here. Let an example, just I don't write here, but I just repeat 2-3 sentences. You are reading a newspaper and it says that in Mexico City, the government in Mexico City, a large consignment of arms and ammunition was recovered by Interpol. ठीक? Second statement written there is that Mexico is a closed society. And then author comes to the conclusion. He writes in the third sentence the conclusion. First two are the facts. First fact was that this large consignment of arms and ammunition was recovered from Mexico City by Interpol. Second statement was about the Mexico City itself. It says that Mexico is a closed society. Third conclusion is written that hence the Mexican government's denial that it wasn't aware of the movement of this consignment cannot be accepted. Now what the author must have believed in, you will have to go from the premise, first fact, Mexico, a large consignment was recovered. Second fact, Mexico is a closed society, and from there coming to this awareness of the government, that the government must be aware of this movement. So there is some relation between the awareness of the government of this movement and the closed society. So any option that bridges the gap will be in the must be true category. So an option, if it says that in a closed society, generally the government is aware of what is happening within the country, will be correct. Any other option close to this should not be chosen. So when you are going to solve the paragraph based questions, you will come across the issue, the problem, and the problem will be like this. Here the options will look like this. You see, these are your 4 options, A, B, C, D. So obviously you will have to be very watchful. They all seem to be quite close. And in case you know that what kind of information, how to find it, if you stick to the method, then certainly you will be able to notice. So kuch mein to visible error hogi, like you can see here, the 2 on this side, they are visibly different from the 2 on the other side. So 2 weak options and 2 close options ratio generally you come across. However, you will have close resemblance between 2 options, 2 strong options. हो सकता है फिर आपको इसके दांत गिनने पड़ जाएं. You will have to count the teeth to match and cross check. I mean, just jokes apart, I want to convey this point that you will have to keenly and closely watch it. So multiple statement in the RC section for assumption questions will be like this. For inference question will be like this. Okay, so all set for this next question. Let's go to the next question of ours. देखिए, so from passage number 2 to passage number कितने हैं यहाँ पर? How? Passage number 7. Yes, passage number 2 to passage number 7. You need to gain confidence. Generally, you can say the extreme options with extreme notions are wrong. Generally, mostly we can say, but always wrong वाला case नहीं believe करेंगे. ठीक है, तो don't believe those YouTubers who come and just give you a quick trick. And I have come to know that they even claim that without reading the passage or question, or reading the question, you can find out the correct answer by just looking at the option. That's not always possible. In some cases it may work, but in most of the cases it may not. So second का answer करेंगे, be methodical, right? I want you to take a step at a time. When you are going to solve the paragraph, single para in one question, you are supposed to complete it in 2 minutes, or rather within 2 minutes. So fifth must have been done. Sixth. आधे घंटे में. The technical passages like passage 6, though they may not talk about something very contemplative in nature, very thoughtful. However, because of the technicality involved, sometimes we miss out that clarity, and in terms of choosing the option you have to be very careful. So passage number 6, what is the main point and which option is in the category of must be true, was your job. Last passage, passage number 7. Some students from the class must have read this passage earlier. However, the question is same, the para is same, but the options are different. So most of you have chosen answer for 7th. So now we discuss. From passage number 2. So your ability to identify the main point and then which option must be true for that point to be valid. That is your job. Now here the correct option should be option D for Delhi. Passage 2, option D for Delhi. Don't know how many people got it correct. Let's discuss it side by side because doubts aapke, I might miss it. So let's discuss this one. So here author, after telling you the facts in the beginning about inorganic pesticides and organic pesticides, he draws a conclusion. So therefore, when purchasing from a farm that uses inorganic pesticides, one must be careful to wash the produce thoroughly before eating it to prevent the ingestion of toxins. But one need not worry about ingesting pesticides when purchasing from farms that use only organic pesticides. And in the very beginning he has mentioned organic pesticides remain active on the surface of fruits and vegetables. On the surface of fruits and vegetables they remain active. That's why he is suggesting that when you purchase it from the farm using inorganic pesticides, one must be careful to wash. You wash it. And remember that what do you wash? You wash the surface. So washing has been mentioned because the inorganic pesticides remain active on the surface of the fruit and vegetables. That's why he is asking you to wash it. In the organic ones, it is not there. So for that option, for that conclusion to be true, option D must be correct. No pesticide is capable of penetrating the skin of a fruit or vegetable. If this is not correct, then the author's argument will be questionable. Suppose if pesticides are capable of penetrating the skin and go inside the fruit and vegetables, then why the author is asking that just wash it before eating it? It means he believes that it cannot. So his point will be valid if option D is chosen. Now the point is that other options, why they are wrong. So Afreen, your answer for option A, you look at option A says consumers are aware of the origins of the produce they purchase. Remember, as I showed you the earlier picture, the close option, the multiple options you need to be very careful that what kind of information you are going to find out, right? And when you are going in that direction, information that you are going to find out, plus you have to compare it with other options. Now, consumers are aware of the origins of the produce they purchase. The origins of the produce they purchase. It's already given in the passage that you purchase it from the farms that produce it by using inorganic pesticides, but those farms that you purchase that use organic pesticides. So farms that use organic pesticides or farms that use inorganic pesticides, they may have some board, some signage or something, so it may help people. So that's why option A is not the foundation of this argument, of this main point, because author's entire argument is based on this, that inorganic pesticides, when they are used, they remain on the surface of the fruit and vegetables, hence you should wash it. So what he has believed in, that it cannot penetrate inside. But whether the farms, like consumers, are aware of the origins of the farm produce they purchase or not, author has already mentioned whether they are aware or not. You should buy it from those that produce it, that use inorganic, and the farms that use organic. So maybe those farms have the names and they have the clear-cut information. So author, this option A does not play a key role as a foundation of this argument. Hence, A is not the correct. So, correct option. You have to be careful about the information you need, and then the data, and then the idea, and all that point you apply. B option, produce from farms that use organic pesticides, reaches the consumer within hours after it is picked or harvested. Now the timing, what time it takes, is totally irrelevant, not point of the argument of the author. C point, no farms uses both organic and inorganic pesticides. Whether there are farms that use both kind of things, both organic and inorganic, that also has nothing to do with the given argument. So other options may be like they may look like making some sense or maybe connecting to the passage. However, the information that you need should work as a foundation for author's establishment, author's thought, right? तो इसलिए डियर ये ऑप्शन डी जिन लोगों ने किया, दे हैव डन इट करेक्टली, रेस्ट ऑफ यू हैव मिस्ड पैसेज नंबर 2. Okay, so let me just have a look at the doubt here. Yatin, you have gone for option A, so A should be there. What are you saying? Your argument is actually is not making sense here. They are aware of their purchase, that's why they are washing and no purchase. They are purchase author. That's why author is saying that purchase it from those farms that produce it, and don't go to those farms. It means the farms have been already categorized here, right? So people are being asked by the author to go to those farms and not to those other farms. But his point is that inorganic have remains on the surface, and hence one should wash it. It means after washing it becomes safe. And if it can penetrate, then it does not become safe. So if you deny the author's correct option D, then in fact his argument fails. Yatin, have you understood it or not? Because I think you did not listen to me. Or maybe I read your doubt a little late. I might have described the whole and then I look at your doubts. So dear, the second one, it should complete, it should be option A. When you solve the first one, you looked at the conclusion that author established, and then which option is correct for that conclusion to hold, for that main point to be valid. So in assumption, since it works as a foundation, so the option that must support this point, the conclusion, and so you should not choose any other option that is not going to, that's totally irrelevant. तो पैसेज नंबर 2 में अगर आपका रॉन्ग हो रहा है तो आपको थोड़ा सा अभी रिविव करना पड़ेगा अपने अप्रोच को. You need to revive it, right? So just have a look at now passage number 3. And it says, because most hospitals suffer, right, and chronic under supply of physicians and all that. So author's point is that nurses should therefore perform initial examinations in hospital emergency rooms to determine which patients merit immediate treatment and which can wait until the emergency physicians have more time to see them. This is the entire point, is the author's main point. ये उसका recommendation है, it's author's C. And this first sentence is just a peripheral information, a contextual information. So this argument will be valid if the option D is correct, author's assumption. Nurses are competent to judge the severity of patient's conditions. Yes. Unless this is true, the author's recommendation conclusion does not hold. So D must be the correct answer. Everybody must have got D. Now other options are just haywire. For example, option A, hospitals should expand their medical staffs. No, it is talking specifically about nurses. Undersupply is there, but should go for expansion of their medical staff has nothing to do as an assumption to this paragraph. B, physicians cannot be trained to perform initial examination themselves. Cannot be trained, author has said that there is an undersupply. So this option is completely, in terms of the idea, it is illogical to the passage. Does not match. C, emergency rooms will run more smoothly if initial examinations are performed. Now it is not about the emergency rooms that author is talking about. Rather it is talking about patient's condition, the severity of that, and on the basis of that the call that nurses take. So D should have been the correct answer. You look at the similarity, the analogy between the correct options. That is a very important point to notice to gain confidence for CSAT 2023. Folks, such students who got their second and third wrong can review their answer for fourth one. आप जैसे ही समझ जाते हैं, you should go for a review for second opinion. Passage number 4. What is the main point here? This talks about to decrease the number of crimes in city. Why? The city's police commissioner, he has proposed. So his main point we need to understand. Taking some police officers from low crime districts of the city and moving them to high crime districts of the city. Any student who doesn't understand how come in a city, the district, please understand that in big cities, it is for the ease of governance, it is divided into various districts, right? So ये city or district में confusion नहीं होना चाहिए किसी को भी, because unless you understand the contextual information well, you cannot proceed, right? Like in Delhi we have East district and West and North and all that. So there are different districts. So from the low crime districts to moving them to high crime district, that is the recommendation of the police commissioner. His proposal is based on city-wide crime data that show that the number of crimes in any district of the city decreases when additional police officers are moved into that district. Okay, that's why from the low crime he is moving them to the high crime district of the city. This recommendation is dependent on this basic point, this data observation, that more and more officers are present, and this presence actually is a deterrent for the occurrence of crime. Now, police commissioner's proposal depends on which of the following assumptions? Of course, it always depends on assumption. So the correct answer for this one should be option A, city A, X experience. It talks about certainly city Y, city X, which has nothing to do. Option D, districts of the city from which police officers are removed do not experience significant crime increase shortly after the removal of these officers. Yes, D, Delhi must be the correct answer. For passage number 4, D, Delhi is the right answer. The police commissioner's recommendation is based on this assumption, that once he remove from those high crime, zone to the low crime zone, from the low crime zone to high crime zone, when he moves these police officers there, his assumption is that there will be no increase in the crimes in the low crime districts. That's why he is asking them to be transferred to the high crime areas. The district of the city from which police officers are removed do not experience significant crime increase shortly after the removal of those officers. Because if this option D, if you negate this option, then of course the police commissioner's recommendation becomes illogical. कि अगर आपने high crime में कम करने के लिए from the low crime, if you have transferred them and the crime started increasing in the low crime zones, low crime districts, then it is back to square. The overall crime in the city is still going up. It's just that you have shifted the problem from one place to another place. So the very nature of the assumption questions are that if you deny them, they will go simply against the main argument. So dear, ये answer होना चाहिए था D. And now coming to the passage number 5. The word is presupposes here, which is like if the presumption or presuppose and argument depends on, these kind of words are used, they are always asking for assumption. So here, when a company refuses to allow other companies to produce, the correct answer should be option B for Bombay, as per the author's main point. Whenever you write about your doubt, always mention the number of the passage, because I might miss it and then in a fraction of a second there are more messages here. So if you write just why not C, I won't be able to connect it with which passage. But please mention the number. So here, passage number 5 पे देखें क्या इसमें doubt है. When a company refuses to allow other companies to produce patented technology, the consumer invariably loses. Invariably means always loses, right? Invariably is a strong word, extreme word. The company that holds the patent, now author explains it, how the consumer will, it will be consumer's loss. The company that holds the patent on can charge exorbitant price because there is no direct competition. Okay, this is the explanation part. When the patent expires, other companies are free to manufacture the technology and prices fall. This is the benefit part of elaboration. Then authors, what is his main point, his recommendation is here. Companies should therefore allow other manufacturers to license patented technology so that the customers do not suffer. Right? They are not forced to pay high prices. That is the point we get, and hence option B is the correct answer. It means the author believes, the very basic belief behind this recommendation is that companies have an obligation to act in best interest of the consumer, because the consumers will not be forced to pay higher amount then. Is that clear? So B option. Actually, this answer you do not get from just first line, Yatin, unless you connect it with the last sentence. So last sentence actually gives it the conclusive touch. The first is only a piece of information. Recommendation, solution, whenever author suggests, that plays an important role. So is that clear? Let's go to passage number 6. The claim of the utility companies presupposes which of the following? Okay. In response, this was a technical passage, and I have an apprehension that some people must have missed it. So, and I will tell you about a general tendency. Anyway, in response to the increasing cost of producing energy through traditional means, such as combustion, increasing cost of producing energy, many utility companies have begun investing in renewable energy sources, chiefly wind and solar power, hoping someday to rely on them completely, and thus lower energy costs. The point is clear. The utility companies claim that although these sources require significant initial capital investment, the renewable energy, significant initial investment, the very beginning, they will provide stable energy supplies. At low cost. As a result, these sources will be less risky. Which sources? Wind energy and solar energy will be less risky. They will provide stable energy supplies. What the author's points are clear. For the utilities than non-renewable sources such as gas, oil and coal, whose prices can fluctuate dramatically according to availability. But the availability of the wind and solar, author believes that it will be constant, consistent, and it will provide stable energy supplies. So, these sources will be less risky. Which option must be correct for this? The correct option for this must be C option. It means, unless this C is correct, his argument is not valid. He has assumed this. He has assumed that weather patterns will remain consistent and predictable, because both type sources of energy, solar and wind, related to weather, predictability of the weather, and consistency of the weather. So since he says that it will be less risky, it will be constant. There will be a constant supply, stable energy supply, and with the traditional non-renewable sources, gas, oil, they fluctuate dramatically according to availability, but the availability factor will be higher with wind and solar. So C is the correct answer. I have noticed that many students miss this one and they went for D. So let me tell you, क्यों D choose किया? कुछ लोगों को समझ में नहीं आया होगा, still D they have chosen. Just because it looks very solemn and serious and more technical. UPSC examiner at times write very technical and maybe very intellectual kind of, sometimes very philosophical kind of things, though this is option has nothing to do with the answer. But that's, and some students just fall for this. Why? Because they feel अरे ये इतनी बड़ी बात है साहब, ये गलत कैसे हो सकता है. अब पता नहीं how did you analyze C option, because it says the necessary technology for conversion to wind and solar power is not more expensive. This comparison is not more expensive than the technology needed to create energy through combustion. Where the author has himself said in the passage that in these companies, those utility companies who are going for renewable energy sources, the utility companies claim that although these sources require significant initial capital investment, initial capital investment is significant, is a huge amount there. However, afterwards it can come to a to another level. But saying that this necessary technology for conversion to wind is not more expensive than the technology needed to create energy through combustion, actually no such comparison has been done here. Combustion based one has been mentioned as its increasing cost of producing energy, not the initial cost, and also its fluctuation in availability of it that affects the demand and supply. So D was just an eyewash. I don't know how many people chose this. You earlier chose C and then you chose D. So Radhika, happens, no issues. Ashu has said, sir, it can be C also. Thank you so much, Ashu, for giving me this, accepting my argument, and it can be C also. आपने तो मुझे बिल्कुल एकदम क्या होता है वो आपको प्राइज मिलता है ना कि भाई ये आपको कंसोल किया जा रहा है. Your option is also correct. In fact, Ashu, only C option is correct. Here all the three options are wrong completely. A option, the public will embrace the development of wind and solar power. This doubt, किसका doubt है साहब ये? Option A, Afreen Khan. How do you know that the public will embrace the development of wind and solar power? How do you know? When the LPG gas was introduced, so today you can again assume that okay, public must have at that time embraced it. But there were actually objections, there were protests against this. When computers were brought in, they were so aware, the public awareness and then their reaction cannot be predicted on the basis of this passage. And you cannot just assume, क्योंकि ये आपका खुद का अफरीनी assumption है, that public will be happy because it is renewable. How many people are environment friendly and they're conscious about environment and they know, they are well informed on the issues. So dear, you cannot choose such options. It may embrace, it may not embrace, we don't know because the data is not about this. The second point, in terms of the idea of the assumption, the way you find out the assumption, again it has nothing to do with that. B option, no new deposits of gas, oil and gas will be discovered in near future. I think nobody would have chosen it because it talks about something that's not given in the passage. So let's go to this next option, next passage, the last passage of the day. Of the assumption question, passage number 7. Afrin, he is saying that someday rely on them. Is he talking about the public? Maybe he is talking about the expert's opinion. Suppose this passage 6 has been written by the secretary in the petroleum ministry. He is in a position to say that we will someday rely on it. Whether the public knows about it or not, that's altogether a different thing. And I have given you the examples. Now, Shivam, weather pattern in case of global warming and all remain unchanged. Shivam, I am dead sure that you were actually having lunch and you did not pay attention to my discussion. You were somewhere else. In case you were having lunch, I have no issues, but you should have paid attention that weather patterns will remain consistent and predictable. You are asking this to me, whereas an assumption we are supposed to find out for the author. So author, since say that we can rely on this in a particular source of energy, it is less risky, there will be no problem of availability, it means it is his assumption. I suppose it is clear to you? His assumption is based on this. He has believed in that this pattern will remain same. Yatin, I suppose you are talking about passage number 6. Passage number 6, in case you are talking about A, I have taken you to passage number 7. Anyway, I'll come back to that. Meanwhile, Yatin, you give you write about your your answer. Passage number 7 you look at, which is an assumption in support of the argument's conclusion. It means, right, in support of the argument's conclusion. Assumption will always be in support of argument's conclusion. So let us now take a look at this passage. The correct answer should have been option A. Option A for passage 7. There is a great scientific debate for decades over global warming. Most scientists now agree that human activity is causing the Earth's temperature to rise. And different scientists have different predictions. But many scientists, their prediction vary. They believe that average global temperature will rise between 3 and 8 degree Fahrenheit. So many scientists have this, that between 3 and 8 degree the temperature rise will be there. Fine. 3 to 8. Many global experts, warming experts, scientists have believed so. Then author says during the next century, right? The next century is very important here. After this, he writes that what will be the implication of this. If there is this much of rise in the temperature of Earth, 3 to 8 degree, then author writes about the ramifications of this. And here is this effect that such an increase would cause an alarming rise in sea level rise, displacing millions of people by destroying major population centers along the world's coastline. He makes a conclusion in the last line talking about the effects of this, the impact of this rise in Earth's temperature. Now, when you go to the options, you have to go by the elimination round, right? So elimination is D is the weakest option here, which says some global warming experts predicted a greater than 8 degree Fahrenheit increase in global. How many scientists? Some scientists. Here it is given that many scientists have said between 3 to 8 degree. Many scientists have said that. Many global warming experts. Whether some have said it will be more than 8, or whether some have said, yani rest of the scientists, many they have said, not all, whether they have said that it will be less than 3. In fact, it has nothing to do with the argument. An assumption should be missing link between the argument and the given data. So option D is totally wrong, and it is not, that missing link, that not the valid assumption. Even if we consider it on the basis of the data, we don't have a data for this. तो पहली बात तो ये assumption के frame में नहीं है, it is not in the frame of assumption. On the second point, that no sufficient data is for this to support that some global warming experts are saying that it will be more than 8. So D is the weakest option. C option, rising sea level rise similarly affects all coastal population centers. Now he has not said it will be, the effect will be uniform along all the coastal lines. In general, he has mentioned that the coastlines will be affected. So all the coastlines will be similarly affected, in the same damage will be done. That is not given. So about the magnitude C is talking. B says individuals will not become more aware of the steps they can take to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. This is a better option. The 2 weak options and 2 close options. You have A and B. But the word individual has been written by the examiner. We know that in the next century, author is talking about this will happen, and then he talks about the ramification. This word individuals, whether the individual will be aware of these steps they can take to reduce, it means but the individuals are not the only only agency, only factor that will take the steps. Government over the world, in the entire world, the other big agencies, institutions, I mean, they have to take a call. So at an individual level, yes, it can be done. I'm not negating that, but I'm saying that it is not the be all and end all in this direction. So that's why B loses out, right? B loses out just because the word individual has been written here, and we are left with option A. New technological developments in next century will not divert rising seas from the world's coastal cities. Yes, correct, because author while talking about, मैं इसको हर remove कर दूं because underline बहुत हो गया. So while talking about the point, author, when he mentions that in the next century there will be a rise in the temperature, 3 to 8 degree in the next century, and then on that basis he talks about the effect part in the last sentence. So what the author has believed, suppose there is some new technology, his point, his assertion is based on this assumption, valid assumption, that new technological development will not be sufficient to in fact evade this problem, to evade this impending issue problem, that rising sea level issue. So that is the reason A is the best option in this case. All right, now students, you have solved the questions of assumption, paragraph based and statement based. The scores students have written. Yatin, even if you negate option A, it will not affect the whole paragraph, because we find that sometimes as we see around, we see that the wind and solar power is also, the government is a government, and World Bank and IMF and all such agencies, they play a a more important role. So whether public will embrace it or not, like the onus lies on the government first, and then it will be drilled down to the public. So yeah, that does not negate. Anyway, the scores are 6 out of 7, 5 out of 7, 4 out of 7. Is there any 7 out of 7? 7 out of 7 तो अभी नहीं है, but no issues, don't worry. Some confusion here or there, that is very much possible. Shivam Kumar, now again you are jumping the guns and giving your judgment that one is more important, difficult than the other one. No, it is like all these 7 passages, and they were simply based on that you go into the right direction. Just identify that what assumption look like. When the paragraph is given, identify the conclusion, identify the facts that are given, identify which option is going to bridge the gap. That was as simple as that. However, I cannot say yes, you have. I mean, your point I totally do not deny. Yes, it is difficult type of question, the most difficult and most confusing questions you are dealing with. That is the reason I have taken it up as the first one, because I think that I should address those issues in this particular marathon session which actually teach the students most. So इसलिए मैं इसको लिया है. तो आपका कोई चीज यहाँ पे 5 out of 7 you have got, Yatin, not bad. 6 out of 7, very good score. In the exams even I will suggest you that some of the questions of assumption, if they confuse and there is no need to go for them, you can skip them. If there is no pressing need I mean that your score is already going fine and you have done other questions of RC and maths and other section, it was all green, but यहाँ कुछ issue आ रहा है, then you can skip. Not all, but some of the questions. But attaining 70-80% accuracy in assumption is not difficult. That's what I was trying to convey. So 5 out of 7 you have attained that. Even 6 out of 7, very good one. So dear, you need to review those passages that you got incorrect. That is a very important exercise. So what is your energy level now and your involvement? Dear, you see some people are getting back after lunch. Now we have done the questions based on statements in the morning, barring 1 or 2, most of them are statements, questions you got correct. Second thing we did, the paragraph based passages, and there I told you a particular approach but you noticed a common point in all these passages that single yani A, B, C, D options were written, just one option. The UPSC also gives a question based on multiple statements. You may come across a question of assumption based on multiple statements, a paragraph, an argument is given here, the question of assumption, and then they will write 2, 3, maybe 4, highest number is 5. So 5 statements they write and they ask you to find out all the valid assumptions. Now this is a typical UPSC style question. They also ask AB without multi-statement, they ask at times. And I think that these questions of multi-statements are going to take more of your time. And they're more exposure because you have to go to in the entire details, and these statements may be related to one or the other part of the passage. It may not be like the previous exercise that we have done where multi-statement was not given and only you were given A, B, C, D options. And there I ask you to identify the conclusion, the main point, and identify how the author has arrived at that point on the basis of the premise. And then I ask you to find out the missing link, assumption A. Yes, it's clear to everyone. So this is the approach I discuss here. But when you go to the multi-statement questions, this by and large the same thing it is there, of course, because you are solving the assumption question. However, there need to be some adjustment in your approach and mental conditioning. So yahan when you go to the multi-statement, if you come across a question and you go look at the multi-statement, what should you do? You should just keep in mind the very traits of right and wrong options for assumption. The traits of right and wrong options for assumption. Yes, that point is clear to everyone? Now, you know well that an assumption and conclusion, yani author's entire argument. Here the author's entire argument you should take as C. Just imagine that this entire point is what the author has mentioned as his thought, which may include the premises, the facts, then the main point, or right, maybe based on the entire thing. When the multi-statements are given, they may not only be related to just P to C trajectory, from fact to C trajectory. They may be related to any part, even the facts are also connected to the bit. Even while making this trajectory and while establishing his main point, if the author has said other points also, while making a point, main point, author also sometimes in discussion he mentions some external points as well, some other points as well, right? So even if these issues are discussed, like a fishbone, structure, you imagine that while making his main point, he has mentioned these points also, though all these points are getting connected to the argument that he has said here. So your statements will be related to any of these points, not necessarily to just F to C trajectory, but it could be related to other details also. So any detail, and you have to then evaluate the given multi-statements. Characteristics of the assumption and conclusion you know very well. As I have told you that conclusion will be proven on the basis of the given facts plus assumption. So assumption is, as you know, that assumption is like a hidden support. It's a hidden premise or a hidden support not written directly for the author. Yes, hidden support. On this basis, keep in mind the traits of the wrong options, traits of the right and the wrong options. जैसे मैंने अभी mention किया था, तो ये traits now. So these traits, what will you do just after reading these statements? Number one, decide whether the given statement is consistent. It's a checklist I am telling you here, right? So when you write down these points, just make a checklist that whether the given statement is consistent, yani logically consistent, supporting in terms of the idea to the author or not. Number two, it should be, when I say consistent, it means it should be logically connected. It means that it should be relevant, right? So I write another term also for your clarity. It should be consistent and relevant to the author's argument, entire passage. Number three, it should be, then you have to evaluate whether the data is sufficient for this or not. As we were doing in multi-statement, those multi-statement we have done on this, two assumptions or three assumptions in the statement-based questions. So, in terms of the idea, it may be supporting, however, the claim made by them may not be sufficient. So, you have to cross-check whether the data given is sufficient or not. That should be sufficient. So, this point you will have to evaluate. Number 4 point, it should not be just a mere repetition. Right? Not a mere repetition. So, fourth is a characteristic of a wrong option. Consistency and relevance must be there for right option. It means inconsistency and irrelevance or contradiction will be there in the wrong options. And data must be sufficient or not. That is the most important thing. So when you read this passage for these statements, always find out the relevant data given in the passage. As here, when you solve this passage number 1, your multi-statement is not there, you just identified that author has established this main point, that the scientist must have discovered butterfly at night. Because of that, it is the green color and there is a foliage, and that's why he said this. So we found that there is no way scientists do detect butterfly during you just identified the missing link. This may not be the case in the question that you are going to solve now. In the multi-statements, it may be different. Okay, so dear, missing link you were doing here. But when you solve these questions of multi-statements, like this one you did. Satish has been elected president of the student senate, so he must be senior, and the 3 assumptions were written. So you were cross-checking whether in terms of the idea it is valid or not, and at the same time whether the data is sufficient or not. So same case here, when you solve the paragraph, you will have to be careful of the data. So let me now take you to some of the CSAT passages based on multi-statements that you call as PYQ. तो अब हमारा फाइनल ये स्टेज आपका फाइनल टेस्ट है कि आप PYQ कैसे करते हैं, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. Right, so here we have this sheet of CSAT questions. This is a passage number, the passage number 4 on your screen was asked in the year 2021, CSAT 2021. Now, attempt this one, 2 minutes you have, and give me the correct option. You will be evaluating on the basis of idea, on the basis of the data. Going to the relevant part will be the key. All such students who earlier scored out of those 7 passages, their score was 4 or less than 4. They must have learned from the errors there and now focus with a new zeal to this passage. Okay, on a personal note, I must tell you that all such students who are not ready to unlearn anything, whatever the baggage they carry it along. And they are just passage after passage, some hits, some miss, but not ready to unlearn. जो अपना presupposition है, जो अपना लेके चल रहा है, वो लेके चल रहा है. ऐसे student they face more problem in this case. You know, 1 or 2 errors here or there is okay, because it's UPSC level, CSAT level. We can understand that. However, if you are getting all the, most of the questions in a series incorrect, and you're not ready to learn the approach that I have been emphasizing all along, then what I told you earlier, I took actually more than required time to explain you that how will you approach this. Now, Rahul, when you read this passage, in the first statement, author says oil producing countries are one of the reasons for high food prices. Relevant part is given here, right? Author says policy makers and media have placed the blame for skyrocketing food prices on a variety of factors, including high fuel prices. Ab high fuel prices, it means the relevant information you have found here. I told you to always go to the relevant information and then analyze, because now you are in a position to deal with it. आप फिर इसको zoom कर सकते हो, right? I mean, you can zero in on this piece of information. So metaphorically you can zoom. अब आप देखते हैं oil producing countries are one of the reason and high fuel prices are there. Now think of, author has not told you that what were the reasons behind high fuel prices. There are plenty. So it means you can think of all the possible reasons for high fuel prices. High fuel prices, and this statement, examiner UPSC is saying oil producing countries are one of the reasons. With surety, it is possible that oil producing countries may not have, I'm just saying may not have increased the price. However, the government that imported from the countries have have gone for higher taxes. So that again the fuel price can go up. So whenever you have the possibility and the exact information, and in terms of the data you don't have the clarity, you should look at that. अब आपके लिए for a GS for an IS aspirant, it is not difficult to establish the link between the two and to look at the void created by the data here. So ये एक easy question था. First is wrong. A is not the answer. Second one, if there is a food crisis in the world in the near future, it will be in the emerging economies. Like how we know it will be in the emerging economies. Number one, the passage is talking about most populous emerging economies, not just emerging economies. Second thing, in the context he is talking in the passage is clear here in the last sentence, where he is making an observation. He seems highly probable. So when he says highly probable, and the second statement says there is a good food crisis in the near, it will be in the emerging economies. Probability, that's a part of guess, conjecture, estimation. Option statement 2 gives you the notion of certainty. Both mismatch. First, second, both are wrong. D should be the answer. So the key part will be to go for the relevant part of the passage, evaluate in terms of data as you were doing there in the statements, and then see through the trap. Answer is D. Yes, Radhika. Correct answer is D. Pankaj Yadav, would you bother to give the answer? Yes, I cannot see your answer. Maybe you are writing exam in 24. So dear, take it with utmost sincerity, and as I promise you that by the time you come to the other end of this session, you will be and you should be in a position to say yes, more than 50% marks can be scored from CSAT section, from RC section alone. More than 50%, 30 plus score can be is possible from this. We are dealing with the toughest question, assumption. अभी मैं दूसरे क्वेश्चन पे आपको लेके जा रहा हूँ. Before that, I give you, I cite another, I give you another passage for practice, and then all the PYQs are there. You can go ahead. So 2 more passages I discuss, and then you will be on your own. So let's go for this passage number 11. Food varieties extinction. Rahul, the approach is very simple. Read the whole, but when you read the statement, find out the relevant part for that statement and then evaluate it. If the author has not given clarity of the data and examiner has written something, you have to, you are not supposed to choose that. Yatini, had it been written as most populous emerging economies, even in that case it would have been incorrect, because the second point I mentioned was the author was saying his points on the basis of probability. He says it is highly possible, it seems highly probable. So इसका मतलब he himself is not taking guarantee. Simply as that, जैसे आप पढ़ते हैं when you read the articles based on economy where some speculations are done for future. But those speculations should not be taken as a guarantee. So that's why you should not have chosen that. The 2 statements are visible to you. The other 2 statements I will show you once you are I give you another minute to actually complete this passage 1 and the 2 statements, you decide about them. Then I will show you the other 2. Alright, so time to show the other two and the option combination. Both must be considered. In fact, in multi-statements, sometimes the option combinations, they help you. At times they confuse you. So for person number 11, Akansha, your answer is not clear. All the options are visible there. 1 and 3. Now we discuss this one. For the first statement, it says humans have been the main reason, underline the word main, for the large scale extinction of plant species. This statement talks about plant species. And generally the examiner will do the adulteration, will add something wrong towards the end part. So be careful to read the entire statement till the end. In the beginning it makes sense, humans have been the main reason, and it is making sense on the basis of this statement in the recent past. This whole statement supports that yes, humans have been the main reason. However, plant species is a generalized expression. Paragraph is talking about the food plants, it talks about food. So it talks about the food varieties and although their extinction, not in general plant species, hence in terms of the data it is incorrect and they have done an adulteration. So one is wrong. Second, consumption of food mainly from locally cultivated crops ensures crop diversity. Mainly from locally cultivated, actually locally cultivated crops, you get the data from this sentence. Farmers in the past painstakingly bred and developed crops well suited to the peculiarities of the local climate and environment. Since they did it assiduously, carefully, so it means locally such plants or such food that are suitable for the local climate is a positive thing, right? According to author's idea, his supposition, it's a positive thing because he has appreciated farmers, the act of the farmers of past. And he has criticized that in the recent past what has happened, that we did not notice the locally cultivated and suitable to that. So second point makes sense and it actually reverberates with the passage. Third statement, the present style of production and distribution of food will finally lead to, and fourth one, so you have the second as the correct answer and second has been clubbed together with B and C. So option combination भी focus करके चलेंगे. Fourth one, our food security may depend on our ability to preserve the locally cultivated varieties of crops. And locally cultivated varieties of crops have been appreciated, so B should have been chosen. Third one is wrong. And I tell you this locally cultivated gets backing from two parts. Number one, farmers in the past, they did something suitable for the local climate. And then in the recent past, what is the trend? Author criticized this. Recent trend is heavy dependence on a few high yielding varieties and technology driven production and distribution of food. Distribution of food is causing the dwindling of diversity in food. So distribution of food means that when the food is traveling, right, across this. So again this local point makes sense, that locally cultivated suitable crop. And statement number 3 is wrong because it does not get any data support from the passage. It says the present style of production and distribution of food will finally lead to the problem of food scarcity in the near future. No data for this, it will finally lead to. Here author seems to be making an assurance. So you understood? No, third one is still wrong, Sayan. Because Sayan, you need to find out कि ये कहाँ है, किस part से आ रहा है. I have read the first part of the passage is just the structure, contextual thing. Food varieties happening all over the world, and then the author starts with examples. That's a contextual thing. He starts making his point from the farmer's line, farmers in the past, what they did, then in the recent past, what has happened, and then he mentions the last sentence. Even if you read the last sentence, author is just saying that if we continue to depend on these few crops, then we will have to actually go for desperately. You look at this last sentence, we might desperately need some of those varieties we have let go extinct. But he is not saying finally it will lead to a kind of food scarcity, right? So like there is no direct support for third one. So that's why fourth is. तो आपको अपना टाइम सेव करना है, इसलिए ऑप्शन कॉम्बिनेशन को देख करके करेंगे. नाउ आई एम गोइंग जस्ट फॉर द लास्ट क्वेश्चन ऑफ फॉर assumption asked in CSAT paper 2022 and paper 2021 you take up after this class, and then you try to solve those assumption questions based on the same approach that I have predicted here. Look for the relevant piece of information, then analyze it whether in terms of data, in terms of idea, it is aligning or not. So 13th passage I am just discussing here. 13th one, and 13th one depends on that author's conclusion, main point should be dependent on the premise or the facts that he has written, and it will also be supported by the assumption. Write down your answer for 13th. So most valid assumption should be based on author's point. Author's point is clear when you read the last sentence. Author has said people who proclaim such ideas mentioned in the preceding sentences are either the victims of war or the propagators of false argument. So if these people are propagators of false argument mentioned in the first line sentence, these many people in India, what they claim that if we cut our defense expenditure on weapon building, we can create a climate of peace with our neighbors, subsequently reducing the conflict or creating a no war situation. This is the theory or claim made by many Indians, many people in India. The author's point is clear from the last sentence. He says that either they are victims of war, so let's just forget them, victim of war, maybe since they have lost someone, it has been their loss in the war, victim of war. So of course you cannot expect them to be very logical and judicious and in their approach. However, the rest of them who are not victims of war, they are the propagators of false argument. It means they are the false argument. So what the author believes in? Author, the best option is option B. C is a close option. Building of weapon system by us has instigated our neighbors. It is just inconsistent. Option A is inconsistent to the author's point. The very basic, inconsistent or contradictory, rather contradictory the author's point. Even inconsistent would be an understatement. So, and you know that This is the very fundamental characteristics of a wrong option, to being to being contradictory to the author's argument. Which A is saying. Option D is in fact not the answer of the assumption, because it is merely a restatement of an information given already in the passage. Many people in India believe that we are wasting our resource. Yes, many people believe so, but it does not clarify the author's assumption. C is, it is necessary to have state-of-the-art weapons system for national security. Of national security, it is necessary to have state-of-the-art. National security, and the B option is exactly on the same argument structure which author has mentioned here. Hence, it is a better option, because the national security may be related to the internal threat or maybe to the external threat. You know that the external and internal, since both points are connected to this, and the passage or the author only talks about the climate of peace with our neighbors. It means he is talking about the external threat point. So B option is absolutely correct and on the correct structure. Abhishek, your point is not very clear to me. Correct. Okay, folks, so this was the closing question to assumptions. The closing question to assumption, and so where we started with this most doubtful question of ask in RC, and but the highest number of question from here. Assumption I just show you for a review, and then we move to the next question. So assumption is something which is hidden, not written in the passage, and we are supposed to dig it out. Example, and the various traits of assumptions written here. It's a hidden premise. So I will simply scroll down. In case you do not understand a particular point, do mention your doubt. Otherwise, the purpose of showing you these slides is just for a recall. Before you part with this topic, there is a recall, and then you will be on your autopilot stage. I mean, of course, you will be taking care of those questions asked in PYQs. तो PYQs आप कर लेंगे इसके बाद में. Assumption is hidden. Next, the different points to be remembered while evaluating. As we did in the statement questions, Point C, Afreen is. Thank you so much, Radhika. A even after or A in spite of or A despite B means, as a valid assumption is, usually A does not occur when B occurs. Example, the house was robbed in spite of the tight security in that area. It means, in spite of this tight security, it means tight security. I mean, the chances of robbery is bleak in case of tight security. Yeah, if the tight security is there, the occurrence of robbery is is minimal. So this is what A even after A in spite of B means. Usually A does not occur when B occurs. For example, if you say he met me in spite of his busy schedule, it means that usually people are unable to meet when they have a busy schedule. Afreen, is that clear? Moving to second point. In case you come across these kind of connotative phrases, what are the valid assumptions? I have not stopped you from, taking the screenshot or the points that I mentioned earlier. You wrote it down, but don't try to. I mean, you don't have much time. You already have the whole thesis of GS and the other stuff. तो आप ये सब लेकर के क्या करेंगे? When will you read it? This is the best time. This is the best time to understand and to apply in your practice material. Okay, so please understand, I have come across students who just go for kind of I must archive, I must have it with me. Dear, you don't have time. 28th May is the exam. Please understand and then move. So this slide, it is true that can be expressed as it would be correct to say. So other perspectives, in different perspective, the same idea can be mentioned. That's what these two slides say. It is false can be expressed as, it is highly misleading to say that. So assumption could be a kind of perspective explanation in maybe a restatement of the idea in a different perspective. So ये दोनों point थे. Point number 3 you look at. Alright, done. If an adjective is attached unconditionally, denial method is basically a test of your valid assumption. So when you deny and then you read the argument, you find that they both are contradiction. However, this paraphrasing is about putting that idea in different words. Another perspective of simplified perspective of that. So both are two different things. All right, next. A couple of more slides are there and then so instead of focusing more on point number 5, just read the example and it will be clear. Hiccups in a smart city. Hiccups means barriers. Project A can be overcome through strategic planning. Right, so point number 6, as you have done in the statement, notice, advertisements and appeals. Sayan, this is not the options you have got here. Third is explicit, whereas one and first and second are implicit. In fact, all three are implicit. Because somebody who has written the advertisement or who has made an appeal, what he expects, what he assumes, that it will have some effect on the people. And second point in the same. The true and false mathri was in fact what the statement says. That was a paraphrasing. So when somebody author has written it is true to say this, so it means he believed. So that very point to say that it is true to say can be explained in another form, can be paraphrased in another form. Yes, Yatin. Very good. When it is suggested or advised, it means the door is still ajar, open, and we do not know. Yes. So the third point is also clear. In case of this interest notice, it is the duty of those who issue it. And in case of public interest notice, point number 4, 5, 6. As we followed in the examples. So here the example of this notice, this warning by DMRC, don't lean against the doors. And you can consider all the relevant, aspects from this warning. It is their duty, non-practice of this will be harmful, people expect them to give this kind of notice, they are the authority, leaning is positive and negative, everything can be connected with that. Such examples, I mean most of, already you have done this kind of examples in the 20 questions that you did in terms of a statement. So I think I should just skip this part because we are, these are just like easy questions there. And then point number 7. as I have discussed with you, that irrelevant or contradictory assumption can never be contradictory or irrelevant to the given point, to the given conclusion. The example here is small things are beautiful. So invalid assumptions are all three because the information is only about the small things. Hence you can't say that big things are not beautiful. You cannot say big things are ugly. Similarly, you can't say small things are not beautiful. Any contradiction of the same statement will also be incorrect. Big things, no information is given about big things. Hence, on the basis of small things, we can't make any assumption about big things. If it were written as Yatin, if this statement were written as only small things are beautiful, you could have made assumption about the big things as well, because only small things are beautiful. So similarly, when the author in that particular statement wrote about that the management of a company asked the workers on strike that they stop their exercise strike or they will close down it. The author only mentioned what the management said. On the basis of that, we cannot assume that no alternative is available to them, right? Because we do not know that whether they have exhausted all the other possible alternatives or not, or they are just using that particular method to threaten the striking workers. So we should not just go by the binary of that. If its statement talks about small, we should make assumption about big, unless the sufficient data is given. तो मेरा point वहाँ पर बस यही था कि आपको देखना चाहिए कि how the author has written the argument. He only mentions what the management said. He did not make any comment about the other alternatives. So from the point of view of the management, that assumption could have been considered, but since the author did not mention only the point of management, that's why you should not have chosen that. Now assumptions questions, of course the different versions you have seen in the exams, they ask you that the argument depends on it, which is the valid assumption. The author, the conclusion cited does not follow unless, the assumption must always be correct. So there are different ways, and everybody in terms of language is intelligent enough to understand that assumption is being asked. How to identify based on this? It's true, the assumption must be true. The interrelation I have discussed with you here. This second part, if you deny the correct assumption, it will be contradictory to the conclusion. That is the denial test in case of confusion. So if the author has said that like in any of the statement, if you just deny the correct assumption, it will always be contradictory to the conclusion. So denial test. But the denial test, I just tell you that if I consider those multi-statements, the denial test is not going to work there. And no, there's no need to go for the denial test. It is just for the introduction part that we use it. So सिर्फ introduce करने के लिए assumption को define करने के लिए, to make student understand it with clarity, we use this particular method. It does not mean that in the CSAT exam hall you start applying denial method on all the options. You don't have time. In fact, you just, while discussion and practice, you take it in your fold, and it is one of the characteristics. So thus, if assumption is negated, argument breaks. Hence, we choose such an option that supports the argument, does not break the argument. So if you deny, then this will happen. We have seen for the ease of learning, the two types of assumption questions you have done. One such assumption question was that where only conclusion and the premise fact was written, and you were finding out the option that was supplying the missing link, that we called as gap filler assumption. One example is given. Whereas in multi-statement questions, we have seen this kind of defender assumptions in multi-statements. Like in CSAT passage, the PYQs, agar aap solve karenge and multi-statements you come across, then defender. And then we will decide it on the basis of its characteristics. Okay, it is contradictory, then it cannot be chosen. If the option is supporting it, consistent, data is sufficient, in terms of idea and all that, we choose those statements as we did earlier. So dear, we are done with this most confusable question, and I suppose you will be able to sail through most of the question of assumption must be, if not all, most of the questions of assumption can be solved, and you have to apply it in the PYQs. Now, before, so we are, so the biggest hurdle has been covered now, right? And now we are moving to another type of questions, and that is inference. Inference question is again commonly asked in CSAT part. It's a regular question. In terms of data, I must tell you that in 2021, there were 4 questions of inference, and almost every year there have been questions of 6 or 7. In 19 also, you will come across 5-6 questions of inference. In 2017, in fact, there were 10 questions of inference. So total 10 questions. So you can understand the, the importance of these questions. Inference, and I club it with conclusion, because inference is a member of conclusion. So now the very first thing is that you have to be clear about the difference between the two, the previous one, assumption, and then the question that we are going to discuss now. And after that, after this clarity, we can proceed, right? So inference is in fact a type of conclusion. It's a logical conclusion. This introduction will take some 5 minutes, because the very first thing about any question you need to know about is that what kind of information it requires, as we did in the morning. Second point, we should know that how to analyze the passage to extract out that information, and the third thing is the characteristics of the options. On these 3 fronts you will have to work, and then you can deal with the questions. So first thing here in the inference, it's a logical conclusion, or you can call it, it's like a logical deduction based on the given information. And we can also define it as, in inference is like, on the basis of the given information, the given data, the given information, on the basis of the given information, what is the new piece of information that you can arrive at? The new piece of information. So here you will be moving from the known piece, from the known to an unknown piece of information. The known piece of information is the passage. The author has given you this, the data here. On the basis of this, when you go to the unknown piece, which is the inference. So an inference may have a new piece of information, unknown. But while going from this to this, or from going known to unknown, you will have to apply, it should be based on some reasoning. You will have to apply your mind to arrive at this new piece of information. There should be a logical connectivity, veracity, right? Without that interrelation or logical reasoning, you cannot arrive at an inference. Inference cannot be come out of the blue. Rather, it should again be like assumption. It should be based on data. However, the data is a common thing between both assumption and inference. So here, here at this time I will start with this slide. The question of inference is a piece of information which is logically deducted from the given set of statements. So as the valid inference on the basis of this piece of information, you are sitting in this classroom at this time. You all are listening to me right now, and at this particular point of time, the valid inference that you cannot be present anywhere else at this moment. The place where you are sitting, from there you can't be present anywhere else. So that's a logical deduction, and based on this reasoning that it is not possible for you to be physically present at two different places, right? Look at the example here. So the lake near your house is now completely frozen. However, last night ducks were swimming in it. What is the inference? The inference you can make about temperature. The temperature must have gone down, because from water they were swimming to now completely frozen ice. So what, and the reasoning here is used is water to ice. Valid inference. Here everyone who attends this class will be more informed about inference and assumption. Rahul attended this class, so Rahul is more informed. Valid inference. So inference, as you have noticed, is a type of conclusion. However, the questions of inference you may come across that can be categorized as some simple or some complex kind of questions. Now the time is to address the doubts, the interrelation between the two. So far as this particular introduction is concerned, it is clear to you. When you analyze the passage to extract out the information, the second step that I have shared with you. The first step, the intro part is clear. The information it seeks as an answer is clear. Now how to, when you evaluate the options for the question of inference, make sure that the answer is based on the passage. It means the relevant and as well as plus the sufficient information must be there in the passage, right? So when you go for the inference options, you will have to focus on the data, right? And the data must be sufficient, and it should be given in the passage. So it should always be based on the passage, right? So data should always be based, logically connected, based on the passage. So these are the basic points that you will keep in mind. Apply, approach each claim with this question that where it has come from. It should be on the basis of the passage. Now I discuss the difference between the two, assumption and inference, and then I will discuss with you the third point, that is the traits of right and wrong options. Traits of right and wrong options. So dear, the difference between the two is, first thing, that when you have read a paragraph, suppose this firm line represents the information shared in the paragraph. On the basis of this information, what you infer or what you conclude is the last point. As a reader, you get it, right? So as a reader, you draw the inference. That inference should be logically connected, should be based on this, so arrow shows that. However, this argument that has been written by an author, what is the author's belief that is not written in this argument is the assumption part. So look at the arrow, it means the argument or this written information of the author is dependent on assumption, as we solved the different questions, and there we were looking for those options which were in the category of must be true, and they were like working as a foundation for the author's argument to establish. So this is assumption, whereas this part, as a reader, this is the inference. In other words, we can say that it is what the author's belief, author's supposition, author's presumption on this side, whereas reader's logical intellect is applied, and then he deduced some new piece of information which we called as inference. Fine. So the difference between these two is clear to you. Let me show you a couple of more points just to convey the point. The difference between inference and assumption. The points are listed here. Have a quick look at these 3 points. All the 3 points are simple and understandable. The very nature of the question is different in inference. If the above statements are true, which of the following must be true, whereas which of the following is the statement on which the argument depends. That is the assumption. It must be true if the given information is true, as the author has said in the para. That information is obviously taken as true. So which other statement can be true on the basis of the given statement? But in this assumption point, it must be true for the given information to be true, because the given information, yani the para, depends on it. And generally inference do not have a conclusion, whereas assumption, a conclusion is written as a main point is written in the passage. You yourself have seen it in multiple passages. Alright, so dear, now comes the point that we have reached to a point where we need to understand that inference is actually the logical deduction based on any point of the passage. Based on any point of the passage. There is no condition here that inference should only be based on the main point. Right? So it could be in totality on the basis of the entire passage as a main point, or it could be related to any other point of the passage. Whereas the other part, the conclusion, since the terminology is different, and of course there is a difference as well in both words. Conclusion, if you go for the dictionary meaning, it says it is a logical, about inference, the meaning is logical conclusion. Whereas the conclusion itself is only the main point. It is the main point. So suppose for a question you have been asked to find out the valid conclusion, it means you are supposed to evaluate the entire paragraph, what the author wants to convey by and large, main point, and then you are supposed to choose the conclusion. So conclusion is the final summation. The word I can use for this one is a final summation. A final summation, or maybe a kind of, you can say that it's a main assertion or the main point that author is trying to establish. Whereas an inference is not necessarily the main point, not necessarily a final summation. It could be based on any point of the para as the arrows show you. So there is a difference between inference and conclusion. Conclusion, inference is a type of conclusion. However, you cannot say that all type of conclusion are inferences. Whereas the inferences are the conclusions. There is a subset of conclusion. They are from the family of conclusion. So if you look at this slide, difference between inference and conclusion, these 2 points will clear it. Inference just a logical deduction, and conclusion is the main point, final summation. Inference, the deduction can be based on one statement or more. Conclusion based on the entire set of statements as it is being claimed or established. So if just after this we'll go to the question. Suppose in the paragraph the author is saying that A causes B, B causes C, but his main point on the basis of the entire article, his main point is written here. He says so D. D is the main point. So D point is in fact the conclusion of this passage because it is based on the entire passage. Whereas from just looking at, if you are asked to find out an inference from this, a possible inference is even this one, that since A causes B and B causes C, it means A causes C. So it means A causes C. That's a valid inference. So inference could be related to any part, even peripheral, even secondary points, but conclusion is on the basis of the whole, the main point. Right? So having done both, discussed both inference versus assumption and inference versus conclusion, now I must come back to this figure where I describe this. Assumption, the argument depends upon. Inference, that you have deduced from the argument. And I can say that the conclusion is also towards this end, towards the closing end, just like inference. It will be based on the entire one, the main point that you deduce, whereas assumption is on that side. Right? So you find that an assumption and inference and conclusion in one direction, whereas the assumption is another direction. Assumption is the author's belief, author's supposition, and conclusion and inferences are the reader's interpretation. Ready for the question now? Because it has been a long, discussion over the introduction part, over the other detailing. So before the question, I just wanted to make you ready. So that is the reason it took time. Acha dear, now if I show you a difference between the two, between the inference and assumption, ये थोड़ा important है because again though you should not be confused between the two because there is a very close, I mean there are lots of similarities as well. So if you look at this example, it says everyone who attends this class will be more informed about inference and assumption. This statement is written. Rahul attended this class. So from this a valid inference is Rahul is more informed about inference and assumption. This is correct inference. The same paragraph is written here with a big difference. Everyone who attends this class will be more informed about inference and assumption. Rahul received the recording of this class through WhatsApp. Hence, now the conclusion is written here because the question is assumption. So in question of assumption, the conclusion is generally written. Hence, Rahul is more informed about inference and assumption. What has been assumed? It means what this conclusion depends upon, that is written here. So this conclusion hence is the indicator author, and you go back to that approach, that author after writing the premises, the facts, how he has jumped to the conclusion written in the last part, and the correct point will be option A, any assumption A, like Rahul watches all videos of the class that he received through WhatsApp. Unless this assumption is correct, this argument cannot be correct. So for this argument, this conclusion to hold, assumption must be in the correct category, must be true category. तो ये है difference दोनों का. तो ये missing part है on which the argument depends, and inference is from within the data what you deduce, like this example. तो अगर मैं visual में आपको बताऊं तो ये कुछ इस तरह का कि if this is the para, then within the para the information that is given, you find out an inference based on that. But whereas if this is the para written by the author, then something that author has assumed lying outside will be, the base for this answer. Okay, folks, I don't know what is your energy level or Josh level now, but I think the questions will always, rejuvenate you. So take up the challenge. Now I'm going to show you some of the inference questions. Mental conditioning, as I was discussing, have been done, and I think that you are now in a position to take up the questions. Any doubts or confusion at this juncture? So here comes the first question of inference on your screen. So write down your answer for passage number 1. For which statement, which claim you are sure? You know, I did not discuss the traits of the right and wrong option because that I will take up after a while. चलिए answers आ रहे हैं. Answer is D, B, C. I'm just having my fingers crossed that nobody choose option A. Right. The majority has. Achha, okay, people are still writing. All right. The claim or the option for which you have the data present in the passage. ये similarity होगी assumption के साथ इसकी. Even in terms of approach, you know, earlier also in the assumption questions we were looking for the data present in the passage, and here we will solely bank upon the data given in the passage. तो कहाँ से कौन सा claim correct हो रहा है? And majority of the people have chosen option D. Fine. Now dear, look at this. The correct answer should be D option. The campaign had not been implemented, more than 50,000 people might have died during the 15-month period due to medical error. As many as 5 lakhs people die each year due to medical error. In campaign to reduce lethal error, thousands of hospitals introduced 6 key changes, including rapid rechecks of patients and new guidelines for prevention. The campaign, the last part, the campaign estimated that over a 15-month period, more than 50,000 lives saved as a direct result of the program. And from here, we go to option D. So, when you evaluate the options for an inference, your job is to find out that which part of the passage supports or is the base for the right option. तो जिन्होंने D choose किया बिल्कुल ठीक काम किया, and I'm happy that I think 75%, 80% people who have given the answer have chosen D. Stray options like C or B I can see. So B and C, let's see what is given. The claim you have to always decide. You know, the inference means the evaluation of the data, whether the claim made in the option is correct or not. So when you go to the option claim of A, doctors and nurses should be more careful when doing their jobs. Do you have data for this, or you have data, concrete data for D? Because only one of the option is correct, and then you have to evaluate for which you have clear-cut backing. So of course it is option D. Not this is A is like a generalized point has been mentioned, and of course that gets connection. However, it is not based on a concrete amount of data, concrete piece of data. So A is not the answer. Should be careful. Yes, they should be careful, but that is not the point in the passage being made here. There are 5 lakhs, most people die, so they should be careful. B, the campaign made all of the people who otherwise would have died due to medical error in that time period. Saved all of the people who otherwise would have died. All of the people. Where do you get the data for this? They have given specifically 50,000 lives were saved. So dear, always be careful that that number has been mentioned here, and it says that campaign all of the people. How do you know that 100% people were saved when the author has not given? So no data for this, data inadequate case for this. C option, in the future no one will die because of medical error. How can we take this that no one will die? No one is an extreme kind of notion, right? So D is the right answer. Some students got confused. In the inference option, you will simply look for the base in the passage, right? So you are not supposed to choose that. Mathri, for which option you have written a mere repetition? Actually, D is, in case you have written it for D, I have not seen, your earlier response. So do mention for which option you are saying this. If the campaign had not been implemented, more than 50,000 might have died. This is like on the basis of this last line, we can say this. We can deduce. Now, it means, चलिए, ये आपने ये आंसर कर लिया. Now the time is to have a look at the third aspect, the third point I discussed with you, the traits of right and wrong option. About inference, you know that what inference is. Analysis, it should be based on the passage, which option has got concrete backing, that you should go for. Traits of right and wrong option, quickly write down. Inference skill means that data must be there. So data in sufficient cases will be there. Quite often it will be used, in fact. So data insufficient cases, because it is a type of conclusion, so data insufficient is very common in the conclusion questions. It will be there as a wrong option. So it's a characteristics of wrong option I'm writing here, right? Data insufficient cases, and that will be incorrect. Second point is that author will be using the data from the the examiner will write the incorrect option by using the data of the passage. However, the data will be in distorted form, and then based on that distorted data, author will write some claim, some inference. You have to be watchful. अगर उसने all बोला है, उसको कुछ और कर देगा. Some never he has said, and sometimes it is written. So these kind of discrepancies and distortions will be there. Third point is that in case you come across extreme notions in options, mostly those options will be incorrect. Generally those options will be incorrect. So extreme options, if you come across extreme options, mean those terms that conveys that gives you this extreme notion. So terms with extreme notions. All such students who do not understand these terms, उनको समझाने के लिए मैं इसको थोड़ा सा बता दूं आपको. ऐसे वर्ड जो आपको बताते हो clarity, with clarity, like 0% or 100% or some exaggeration they do. अब कैसे वर्ड्स इसमें आते हैं extreme words में? All, always, similarly never, none, completely, पूर्णतया, सदैव, कदापि, ऐसे कुछ वर्ड अगर हिंदी में आप देखेंगे लिखे हो, या in English में you come across words like completely, fully, entirely, invariably, without any change, no solution, no chance, these kind of notions, right? Absolute, and then they use essential and indispensable and superlative degrees of adjective. So these are the words, and must also, MUST, must. So these are the words that are generally, they put the claim in, and they take the claim in that category of extreme notions. तो डियर, नाउ इसको आपने समझ लिया, ठीक है. अब आई होप दैट योर एक्यूरेसी लेवल विल गो अप. यश दीपक, ओके, just hang on, you just wait for some time. I will, now the time is to take 5 passages of inference, right? यश दीपक, तो अब आपको देखना है कि क्या आपकी एक्यूरेसी लेवल जाती है, बिकॉज 1 में तो नहीं पता चलता. तो डियर, आफ्टर हैविंग डिस्कस्ड द ट्रेड्स ऑफ रॉन्ग ऑप्शंस, I am going to give you 5 passages in a row. कैसे आंसर करेंगे यश दीपक? Your approach will be, after reading the passage, understanding it, just read the options and find out the relevant part for them. If logically and data wise it is sufficient, only then choose it, otherwise no. So time is for 5 passages. Okay, I have already told you 2 minutes on an average you get, so 10 minutes you have. You know, I will change the question on this on the count of 2 minutes. So you need to pace up and always keep a count of the time and accuracy. इसका data आपको अपने पास रखना है dear, that how much time you are devoting to each passage and how what is the accuracy level. So passage number 3 on your screen. Alright, so third is done. Fourth passage on your screen. passage number 4, and yes, next passage, passage 5. When you go to the next question, you should go with confidence, with clarity, with grit that you are going to kill it. If you approach it with apprehension, with confusion, then the chances will be bleak. So a lot depends on your state of mind. So fifth is done. This next passage. Passage 6, calorie restriction. You know, I'm using all the new questions that you have not done in the classroom, in the book or in the worksheet. I mean the class worksheets. There are close options. However, your quest to find the concrete evidence for the option will certainly take you to the correct answer. So this quest must be your prime object, prime objective, and the prime factor it would be in terms of getting the correct answer. So dear, don't just accept any answer. And the close options you will come across certainly here. Passage 6 is a good one. I will see how many people are able to crack it. For passage number 6, I hope all the options are visible to you, A, B, C, D. If you are doubtful, you can skip. I think Mathri, you are doing that, but not in the classroom. You can do that in the CSAT paper to evade the negative marking. चलिए, तो 6 ही हैं, I think, not the 7th question, no. So you have done 5 questions, and I suppose everyone is through with the 6th. No one needs time. Yes, I suppose D option is visible to you now. Is that the reason nobody has chosen the last option? Because it was not properly visible? No, I just ask you to, go afresh, because D is there. In case you did not choose it just because you were unable to notice it, so I give you another chance. अभिषेक कुमार, जो दिखता है वही बिकता है. तो डियर आपने ओके. Shyanshi, now you are giving the answer for 4th one. It should be 6th, not the 4th. Alright, I will do that. The passage is in fact only the number why I just moved up. The passage starts from this calorie restriction. So, which statement has the backing present in the passage? The evidence. Inference depends on the evidence. Evidence given by the author in the para. You are done? So, we discuss the answers now, starting from the second passage. देखते हैं भाई कितने लोगों ने तीर मारा इसमें. How many people have cracked it? And though inference is something that you do every day, right? Every day you do, every time, all the time you are making inferences. So that mental activity. Passage number 2, the correct answer is, it says 18 years hunting permits require the hunter to be at least 18 years old. Poses the valid drivers. So look at option A, it says all states have the same requirements for hunting permits. We don't know about all states have it or not, right? In a certain state, so it talks about one state only, hence option A cannot be chosen. Option B, if a person last completed the safety program 6 years ago, he will have to complete the program again before he can be eligible for a permit. And you see in the paragraph, this is mentioned in the second sentence, possess a valid driver when he's talking about the various requirements, license or state identification, and have completed a safety program within the past 5 years. That's within the past 5 years. So it means somebody who has done it 6 years ago, okay, he will have to go through, this program. this training program. So safety program 6 years ago, he will have to complete valid inference based on this underlying part. C option, someone who is not 18 years old cannot obtain a hunting permit in this state, who is not 18 years old. Now all those students who chose C option, they were confused. I mean, they were hoodwinked by the examiner. Look at, it says the age criteria. So for as the age criterion is concerned, it says in hunting permits require the hunter to be at least 18 years. At least 18 years, minimum 18 years he should be. It means it could be minimum 18, then 19, 20 or something. But the statement C says someone who is not 18 years old. It means exactly he should be 18. It means 19 and 20, they are also not 18. Just like 15 and 16, they are not 18. Similarly, 19, 20 are also not 18. So from according to C statement, this is in violation of the given data. Hence, C is a wrong option. Right? So invincible, in fact, ये इस बार invincible हो गया आपके लिए, and you could not choose the correct answer for C. ये थोड़ा सा game इसमें, is not 18 years old. You should have understood कि 19, 20 is also not. So 18 and 18 plus are allowed from this. 18 and 18 plus, according to the criterion there. But this one C. D, hunting is such a dangerous activity that state controls and requirements are necessary to ensure that nobody gets hurt. In fact, it's such a dangerous activity that state controls, and in fact, this is not an inference. This is some information given here. Hunting is such a dangerous activity that is, that state controls and requirements are necessary to ensure that nobody gets hurt, all that necessary point. But the underlying part, dangerous activity, is not based on the passage. So you have only evidence for the correct option B for Bombay. कितने लोगों ने सही किया इसको? जल्दी से please mention your, just raise your hand. Sajid Hussain, you are solving inference. Inference means arriving at a maybe new piece of information, maybe an unknown piece of information on the basis of the known information. जो कुछ आपको बताया गया उसके बेस पे आपने क्या जानकारी निकाली. तो आपको जब ये कह रहा है कि within the, this is the criteria that they have completed safety program within 5 years, past 5 years, it means if they have done it more than 5 years ago, then they will have to go through the this program again. So if a person last completed safety program 6 years ago, he will have to complete. So this B is an unknown but correct deduction on the basis of the underlying. तो आपको ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए सर ये न्यू इन्फॉर्मेशन कहां से आ गई. So me right वाले भाई कितने हैं? Now Maitri got it. Shagufta where? In short, Shagufta understand that D cannot be the answer. You just read it and then look at. आपको मैंने क्या बोला था? मैंने बोला आपका देखिए your job is very is fixed when you go for an assumption or for inference. The fixed job is in inference is कि these are the claims. Each option is a claim. We have to ascertain whether this claim is valid according to the given data or not. Whether the data and then we have to compare that for which claim we have concrete evidence present. Then of course that will be the most appropriate inference. Right? So sometimes you will have to compare. Other inferences may be a challenger there, but you have to compare that which for which. So Shagufta, don't just and others. Sajid, you were taken aback by this answer. I think it should not have happened. अच्छा क्वेश्चन था. नॉट 18 ठीक है. तो डियर मैंने क्या बोला आपको पहले, आपको बहुत मतलब कुछ बिगिनिंग में थोड़ा सा अनलर्निंग पे ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. अब नॉट 18 को आपने अकॉर्डिंग टू योर ओन अंडरस्टैंडिंग, आई मीन इट वाज मेकिंग सेंस बट इन फैक्ट द एक्सप्रेशन वाज नॉट क्लियर. Passage number 3. Okay, the answer should be for passage 3, restaurant business it talks about. And first of all, option A, for approximately by 30%. How do we know that it will bring it by 30%? This exact figure, we in fact have no data for this. Sajid, this option you should not confuse with the previous one, sir, 6 years ago was also not written. Actually, the 6 years ago was had a veracity, connectivity with the 5 years mentioned there. Lekin this 30% has no base in the passage. So A is wrong. B, no industry spends greater than 10 billion each year on energy. Look at this first sentence. The restaurant business wastes more energy than any other industry. It is in terms of the wastage, it wastes more than any other industry. Whereas B says no industry spends greater than 10 billion. No, it's incorrect. No such data is given. So it has its expense. It's look at the second sentence. Nearly 80% of the $10 billion spent on energy by the restaurant industry each year is squandered. Squandered means waste by the use of inefficient equipment. 10 billion they spent. However, no comparison has been done with any other industry in this case. So B is wrong. No data for that. Clearly A and B are weak options. C, by using energy efficient technology, a small restaurant will reduce its expenses by a greater percentage than will a large restaurant. Nowhere the data is given for this claim to compare between a small and a large. About a small restaurant, something has been mentioned in the about these restaurants mentioned in the last sentence. However, the comparison has not been done, big versus small. D option we are left with. Eliminate with the wrong ones and whatever you are left with. At times this happens. It's an aptitude test. So the game of deception will be there. अब D क्या कहता है dear, इसका base कहाँ है? It says the replacement of inefficient equipment represents the largest potential source of energy savings for the restaurant industry. Replacement of inefficient equipment represents the largest potential. Look at this. It says restaurant business wastes more energy than any other industry. And then the data is given. 80% of $10 billion on energy nearly by the restaurant industry each year is squandered, wasted. 80% of $10 billion spent by is wasted. It means only 20% is worth of it. It just is being used correctly. 80% is the wastage. So and then author gives a kind of by the use of inefficient equipment. Inefficient equipment causes 80% wastage of this $10 billion. It means the replacement of this inefficient equipment will serve the biggest purpose. That's why the D is the right answer. Valid? How many have chosen D? Yes, third D. Very good. तो जो डेटा आपके पास है आपका काम वही है, ठीक है. Just imagine that you are working for the government department and data analysis you are doing, CBI, police, कहीं पे भी आप you are building the case. आप थोड़ा सा अपना mental conditioning करेंगे and most of the answers will be correct. Good, math 3. Elimination is the method, very potential method. Passage number 4. It says, like any other difficult pursuit, music requires, again a beautiful question this one is. Music requires intense study and practice in order for one to become proficient, right? In general it is written, right, for one to, and practice in order to, but the contradiction is there. You need to be careful. Many school music programs encourage only children who demonstrate early aptitude to continue studying music, while children who are not especially musical are directed towards other activities. So those who have showcased their talent, they are given a chance, especially in those school programs, right? Having learned to think of themselves as musically inept, right? So inept means, that's opposite to skilled. These children do not devote any time to music and thus deprive themselves of the opportunity to develop a latent talent. Latent means hidden, right? This is the author's point. Now, logical conclusion, inference you have to find out. First, A, everyone has the potential to learn music. We have to compare here. Close options have been written by examiners. Everyone has the potential to learn music. Okay, initially you cannot dismiss it because it seems to be aligning. So let's compare. B, talent is not always apparent at an early age. Seems very good. C, children are particularly sensitive to criticism from adults. We have noticed a weak option. Children are particularly sensitive to criticism from, criticism has not been mentioned. It is only mentioned in this second line that many school music programs encourage only children who demonstrate early aptitude to continue studying music, while children who are not especially musical are directed towards other activities. But it is nowhere given that they were subjected to, such children who were not given this chance were criticized. So this is a data distortion, based on some data distortion. No data is given for this one. C is out. D, all children should study music. Author is not talking about all children, right? Similarly, everyone has the potential to learn music. Now the word everyone is again a googly. Passage is talking about children. Do remember that. Everyone will include even the adults. Because of that, B is the best option. Talent is not always apparent at an early age. Look at the word latent talent. So instead of the number of the children, everyone was wrong just because it's a very generalized term written here, not specific to children. And all children should study music, may be making sense. However, we have the concrete point for B option. All children should study music, dear. All children should study music, or it means none of the children should be left. Author is talking in a general way, not he's being so specific about everybody should be included. All children should be included. Do you understand that B is the best option? How many people cracked it? All right, cracked. Correct option. Yeah, hidden disguised is correct. Okay, I think. That's a very weird logic you have given, Yatin, but I understand. Okay, that's so math 3, but the passage math 3 is talking about the children, right? The future you cannot connect here. So which option is accurate and more data is given for that? Passage number 5. Improved technology equipment often result in fewer injuries during high-risk taking activities such as rock climbing, scuba diving. Okay, but participant education also plays a large role. All right, so please notice the argument. Improved technology helps. But second point is education. Participant education means training also plays a large role. So the author does not dismiss the improved technology and equipment usage. That plays a role. But the second is the training as well. Then he says also plays a role in reducing the number of injuries sustained during these activities. People who are poorly trained, we continue on the education part, in these activities run a much higher risk of injury even if provided with the latest and best equipment. So best and latest equipment and improved technology alone is not sufficient unless it is coupled with training. That is the argument structure. Now inference. अब इसमें आपका जो option है A, people who are properly trained in their activities do not sustain injury, where the author has taken the guarantee. There are still chances. That means he has not. He's merely talking about the significance of both improved technology and equipment, but alone not sufficient. Training is also required. But in this way, he's not making the point. It's that if people have who are properly trained in their activities, do not sustain injuries. Because training alone is not the point. Technology and improved equipment is also mentioned here. But the reverse is also incorrect. So this first one is incorrect. With the help of training, it helps them to evade injuries and accidents. But it does not guarantee that there will be no injuries. B, the safety benefits of the latest equipment can be offset by inadequate preparation. Yes. Offset is something, that diminishes or that balances the opposite effect of something else. So, ये offset कर देता है. Safety benefits of the latest equipment can be offset by inadequate preparation. the author seems to be making this point. तो ये inference कुछ ऐसा आपको लगता है that author seems to is intended to establish a point. Diagonally, this arrow shows that yes, from the beginning till the end, the main argument that he's trying to establish, this inference was based on that point. Option C, rock climbing and scuba diving are more risky than any other activities. No data is given, no comparison is given. They have been mentioned here as risky activities, adventurous one, but more than others, no comparison. So C is weak. D, people with the latest equipment often neglect proper training. Nowhere it is given. So the correct answer for fifth one is option B. How many people chose that? Sajid, it is not about technology. The theme is more about the training. Because the training has been started from here, participant education, and till the end he's talking about training. So Pankaj Yadav is back after lunch, and then I think after power tea. Okay. आते ही इन्होंने एक philosophical बात डाल दी है. Sir, this B seems to be completely antagonist of the argument. All right. Completely antagonist. Pankaj, I wish you had not used these extreme notions. I mean, I would have taken you more seriously. Completely antagonist. कहाँ से लग रहा है आपको completely antagonist? This is rather based on the passage. So I think probably you need one more, cup of maybe black coffee after the lunch. Now, dear, so this one you just need to go through once and you will get it. Pankaj, author's emphasis is here on the training part, starting from the second line. He has mentioned the improved technology helps, but with this help, but what point he wants to establish is training is important. And that's why till the last statement, he talks about importance of training. People who are poorly trained in these activities run a much higher risk of injury, even if provided with the latest. So in fact, it is in the line of the argument. It's not the other way around. ठीक है, तो पंकज आप जल्दी से कॉफी वॉफी लेकर के आ जाओ डियर. थोड़ा हंसी मजाक चलना चाहिए because like it will be then difficult for me to continue. So now Yatin is taking the benefit of this, Pankaj, and he's saying that actually this one was the easier one. Calorie restriction for passage number 6, and the correct answer is option D for Delhi. Some individuals in the study reduce their calories intake by more than 25%. Where do we get the data for this? In the fourth line. Author says a 6-month study of 48 moderately overweight people who each reduce their calorie intake by at least 25%, demonstrated decrease in insulin levels. So by at least 25%, it means some individuals in the study reduce their calorie intake by more than 25%. Absolutely correct. It says some individuals, not all. We do not have more evident data than for any other option, but for D. Very good, Kajal. 4 out of 5, 80%. Radhika, now you are asking. I just noticed that D was like invisible, but then I showed that. बाद में मैंने आपको इसको दिखा दिया था. D was like Abhishek chose this option once I showed it. So please, in case you have got 4 out of 5 now, don't run for the excuses. The one that you miss, okay, maybe I take it on my head. So I give you from my side 5 out of 5. चलिए इनविंसिबल आप देख लेते हैं. Why not C? Individuals with low insulin levels are healthier than individuals with high insulin levels. देखो आपको देखना है एंड कंपेयर करना है, क्योंकि आपको मैंने पहले क्या बोला था, द वेरी बिगनिंग, द ऑप्शंस आर नॉट, इट्स नॉट अ स्टेट एग्जाम, राइट? यू ऑल नो दैट वेरी वेल. हाउएवर मस्ट नोटिस कि इट्स नॉट अ स्टेट एग्जाम. यहां आपको ऐसा केस मिलेगा, राइट? क्लोज ऑप्शंस, मेक यू नो अलाइनिंग विद द इन्फ्रेंस, लेकिन you have to go for deeper analysis and then compare and choose the best option on relative merit. कि आपके पास D को nobody can deny D because at least 25% is there. It means some have more than 25%. अब C के लिए I am not saying it is not given in the passage, right? But do you have? Can you give me as concrete data as I showed you for D option in the past paragraph? For C, this study was mentioned here. 6-month 40 study of 48 moderately overweight people who reduced their calorie intake by at least 25% demonstrated decrease in insulin level and body temperature, with the greatest decrease observed in individuals with the greatest percentage change in their calorie intake. Okay, of course. So the greater the calorie intake was reduced, and the greater change was noticed. So greater decrease observed in individual with the greatest percentage change in their calorie intake. It means at least जिन्होंने 25% किया या more than 25, so as per their as per that degree, the option. Now I am looking for insulin and health factor. In the last sentence, authors say low insulin level and body temperature are both considered signs of longevity. Longevity partly because an earlier study by other researchers found both. With the longevity of the life, it is connected with the passage, and that too partly found in long-lived people. However, health is mentioned, but it is not directly affecting that with as much degree as D is. So that's the reason of choice. I'm not saying C is opposite to the paragraph. It is connecting with it. However, the concrete evidence is not there. Moving to B option, humans who reduce their calorie intake by at least 25% on a long-term basis will live longer than they would have. Since it's a partly, given in the partly because an earlier study by other research found both traits in long-lived people. It was found there. But this statement B says will, look at the verb form, will live longer. It is not talking about the probability, higher chances, greater possibility. No, it says will live longer, so it becomes data inadequate for this certainty. A calorie restriction produces similar results in human as it does in rats and mice. The rats and mice, the animals were mentioned in the first line, but the similar results cannot be established completely. Right. So one thing was mentioned there. The one thing that was mentioned there in the passage, that calorie restriction helped these diet high in nutrient but low in calories, is known to prolong the life of rats, and it also known to prolong the life of human beings, partly though, but produces similar results. It talks about the plural form results. We don't know whether there will be, all factors will be were affected by the same degree or not. तो आपके पास आंसर है सिर्फ डी के लिए. ऑल राइट, सो Sayan, your point, there is no logic for D, it's a repetition. Come on, Sayan. It is, it is when the inference is asked, it is any deduction arriving at the new point of information on the basis of the given information. Let me tell you, Sayan, if I say, I use this example very often, if I say that this pen is a unique pen, then the valid inference is that this pen is uncommon one. So that's a perspective explanation, but a new piece of information. You cannot say that it's a factual repetition. A factual repetition will be word-to-word copy. verbatim. However, when you go for a next, maybe simplified version of the perspective, that is accepted. And it is, we have the exams conducted by, other exams conducted by UPSC, where they ask these questions. In the questions of GATE, I can show you innumerable number of questions where the answer is based on some fact. So when you evaluate the given options and you find one option that is like in the rest of the three options, they are wrong because of some gross error, but one option that may be based on the perspective explanation can also be accepted as inference. तो मैंने आपको जब बतायागा कि when you go for inference, like you are sitting in your room, at that time you cannot be present in the market. So that was a very simple inference, but that cannot be mistaken as a fact. So this statement D should not be mistaken as a fact. It is rather based on a logical deduction from at least 25%. So आप don't undermine by saying this. See, they use only calorie. C option, individuals with low insulin levels are healthier than individuals with high insulin levels. They lived longer, right? That is given in the low, about the low and high insulin. But dear, longevity of the life might have depend on their health factor as well as the environmental factor as also, but we don't know. So hence we do not have sufficient data for C to call it and connect it with just health factor. Yes, invincible. As I told you that C is something not against the paragraph as the point, because the longevity of the life, health is an important factor there. I don't deny that. So, आपको करना क्या था? You were supposed to choose the answer on the basis of the concrete evidence. तो आपके लिए D के पास concrete evidence है, इसलिए आप किसी और option पे नहीं जाएंगे. Okay, so that's it. We have discussed the inference question. Now the time is just to show you a couple of questions asked in CSAT paper based on inference. So I am going to take you to that part, and so that you gain confidence, though you have understood कि inference में your job is to find out such an option, such a claim for which the data is sufficiently present in the passage. And if you remember, and even for the new students who have just joined me, like this passage number 2 you look at, based on a very simple inference, asked in the GATE exam, passage number 2. Sideways आप चल रहा है. Yes. Now you can read just passage number 2. Overwhelming number of people infected with rabies in India has been flagged by the WHO as a concern. As a concern. Let me fix it just. Yes. As a source of concern. It is estimated that inoculating 70% of pets and stray dogs against rabies can lead to a significant reduction in number of people infected with rabies. अब this passage आप देखिए इसका आंसर, and St. Paul. Now you look at this option, that it's not a repetition, as you just said कि the previous question was a repetition of the fact. Look at the answer for this one. Since passage only talks about India, so of course D cannot be chosen because it says worldwide. Since author says that by vaccinating 70% of pets and stray dogs, cases of rabies there could be a significant reduction, but C is wrong because it says rabies can be eradicated, can be made zero, so C is wrong. B says the number of people in other parts of the world, though nothing has been mentioned about the other parts of the world, so saying that in other parts of the world who are infected with rabies is low. We don't know that the number in other parts of the world is low or not, low or maybe average or normal or high, But in India, certainly it is mentioned it's very high. So we are left with option A. But when you read the first line, you know that option A is just a simplification of that. It says overwhelming number of people infected with rabies in India has been flagged by WHO, which means the number is very high. So while reading this line, you can understand this perspective, inference option A. But since B, C, D were wrong, hence we went for option A. So in inference questions, we go with this single objective, which option has more concrete evidence. That's it, right? So your job will be that. Now, having discussed this, I must still share with you one more point. In case UPSC asks you to find out the critical inference, or they ask you to find out, they commonly use this terminology, you find out the most logical and rational inference. In both cases, you have to, first of all, critical inference. It means that identify the author's critical point. It should be based on the critical point. Based on critical point. So now this inference may not be based on any other point, peripheral point, example part, secondary part, but main point. When the author writes superlative degree, most logical and rational inference, it means there might be other inferences on the basis of passage that can be made. However, your job is to choose the best one. So in that case, you will have to go for this kind of, if I show you through the diagram to convey my point, suppose an option A has this kind of inference, like which is based on the passage, the arrow, the size of the arrow limits it, relevance. When the option B, if you come across a diagonally opposite, encompassing the entire passage, yani the main point that author seems to be making, and an inference based on that, so obviously this B will be better. So the very presence of this superlative degree, and you can understand that there may be more than one inferences. However, you are supposed to compare and choose the inference based on the main point. All right. So folks, let's go to the CSAT question. As I told you, the sheet in your that you have. I will ask you to solve 2-3 questions, just 2 questions from this, and then we will discuss another type of question, and then we'll approach. Passage number 8. All the options are visible. Now, अब इसमें देखिए इस क्वेश्चन में क्या लिखा है, टर्मिनोलॉजी क्वेश्चन का पहले देखेंगे. फाइंड आउट द मोस्ट रैशनल इन्फ्रेंस फ्रॉम द पैसेज. कंपेयर एंड चूज. पैसेज नंबर 8. Alright, so the answer for this one. Yes. The correct answer is option D. So relation between climate change and migration is not yet properly understood. This is the main inference we deduce from the point made by the author, the best inference. Alright, so dear inference questions, go with confidence that I have to find out the evidence for this. Of course, the examiner will play with words, will write such kind of language, but whenever the language gets complex, technical, and you are unable, it's blurred, don't just jump to choose it. You know, you should just relax and then read for clarification, and so I think most of the time it will be clear to you. However, there could be some very genuinely difficult answers, for inference. So basic points of the inference is clear to you. Now I quickly tell you there's another question asked in CSAT, though one or two number of questions have been asked. So like this third question, third type, in assumption and inference we have discussed, the highest number of questions asked in CSAT RC section. The third, one or two questions of corollary are asked, right, which can be understood very quickly, because a corollary is in fact a quick outcome. A quick outcome, or maybe a quick deduction. अब ये deduction word आपने inference में भी पढ़ा. You have come across this word deduction in inferences also. So it's a quick outcome or deduction based on an already proven or maybe established point. This is the definition, this is the corollary. And so when you read the passage, you have to identify that what is the main point the author is trying to establish, and based on that main point, what is the quick outcome or consequence, a logical deduction. So corollary is also a type of inference. However, corollary will always be based on the main point, whereas the inference could be based on any point. You yourself have done. Inference is a kind of deduction based on, this logical deduction will be based on any point of the passage, where a corollary is a deduction based on the main point. So that is the difference between the two. So in case of the change of the vocab is there, you must understand what key information you are going to find out. So I cite a common example in the classroom that I just give you here, that if it is told that the politicians, all politicians have money and power and you know then we can go for a quick outcome that they are privileged people, right? So that is one example. And if similarly, if you are told that all metals are good conductors of heat or electricity, and every time I am poised to write, but then I stop. All metals, because the oral examples you can understand very well. If it is given that all metals are good conductors, of electricity, if this is the theory or a main point established in a passage in an article, then based on this, a quick outcome, a corollary will be that copper can be used in electric wires. Right? Another example, suppose it is given that all liquids have a freezing point. This is the main point of an article. Then quick outcome, quick corollary will be that milk can be frozen, water can be frozen. So it is just the consequence based on that. So all the points, all the symptoms, like, because corollary is the member of the family of inference, so all the same symptoms are here. And let's quickly take up a question here of corollary. Look at this passage number 1. Very good evening. Yeah. Yes, Amit. It may not be written there because as the inference we did, that inference is based on maybe a new piece of information you can also come across. Though it will be based on the logically it will be connected to the given information. Same case with corollary. It's a type of inference, however, it's specialized inference based on the main point. Vice versa, Sajid, cannot be true, dear, because vice versa में क्या होगा कि there will be a generalization. अगर आप कहते हैं sir copper is a good conductor, hence all metals are good conductors, ये difficult हो जाएगा. ये तो फिर inductive case हो जाएगा ना, because in inductive if I say that Sajid is an honest IAS aspirant, then how can I infer that all IAS aspirants are honest? They may be, they may not be. तो आप एक डेटा या कुछ सम का डेटा लेकर के यू कैन नॉट मेक अ क्लेम अबाउट ऑल. तो करोलरी में अपोजिट नहीं जा सकते. करोलरी इज मोर डिडक्टिव इन नेचर, नॉट इंडक्टिव. ऑलराइट, सो आंसर इज हु हैज चोजन डी? प्रथम जैन, you have just shattered my heart. It's tantamount to murder. जो आपने डी में किया है. You are not listening to me. You see, everyone is writing option A. Everyone is writing option A. So please understand that when you go for corollary, you have to identify the main point, first step, and then a quick outcome or deduction based on that main point. So that is, the author talks about, on one hand, we have in India a robust production of food grains. Our granaries are full, huge stock is there. Then he goes to the another point. He says India is one of the world's top producers of rice and all that. Acha, this is the detail. In the next line, India is still home, is still home. What he wants to prove? The contradiction in India. Like, on one hand we are robust producers, on the other hand we are home to a quarter of all undernourished people in the world. 25% लोग आपके यहाँ undernourished हैं. तो दोनों को पॉइंट को मिला करके आपको चूज करना है ऑप्शन, डियर. तो कैसे आप डी पे पहुंच गए? इट शुड बी ऑप्शन ए. इंक्रीजिंग द एफिशिएंसी ऑफ फार्म टू फोक. फार्म टू फोक मींस food should be available, made available to the poor folk. Value chain is necessary to reduce the poverty and malnutrition. Yes, because the spending of the many families, more than half of the total expenditure is on food. So the correct corollary is option A. Option D has said allocation of more funds for social welfare and poverty alleviation programs will ultimately eliminate the poverty and malnutrition in India. This is the theory not based on the author's point. ये कुछ अलग बात कर रहा है. तो आपका, in case you miss out the main point, you are bound to choose a wrong option. So the very first step, those who have got it wrong may scribble it if they don't understand. First point is that identify the main point, and then based on that main point, which option is a logical deduction. Okay, so Yatin, that will again be wrong. Non-metals are not good conductors, because I said that all metals are good conductors, but I never said that only metals are good conductors. So you cannot make any inference about non-metals. तो main point ये था कि on one hand India is robust producers of food, on the other hand, second point, the contradiction that so many people are malnourished, undernourished. चलिए एक और कर लेते हैं just for your your confidence. Passage number 2. And the student who has got the previous one wrong must get this one correct. Identify the main point carefully. ब्लर्ड है क्या? Yes, Deepak, it's really clear. There must be some issue at your end, but it is clear to everyone. So passage 2, quickly you write the answer, not difficult. The answer should be based on author's point. Answer should not talk about any other alternative, because then it is not the corollary based on author's point. Please understand, the corollary should be based on author's point that you are asked. So if the other options are talking about something else, they will not be correct. So C is the right answer, absolutely correct. Greater transparency, because that is addressing the crony capitalism issue. If you go for like option D, manufacturing sector and all that, तो फिर ये corollary नहीं है. Corollary आप mathematics में कैसे use करते थे? Like a theorem is given, theorem you already know. Then whenever you use that theorem to come at a new deduction, at a new point, जैसे आप कभी लिखते थे, sometimes you used to write that hence proven on the basis of XYZ theorem. So this proof was in fact based on, it was a corollary of that theorem. तो अगर author का theorem ये है, ये idea है उसका, तो how can you choose any other option that is based on some other theory? So that is at first place is not the corollary. So in the previous question, the student who chose option D is actually not the corollary of the passage, and that may be an out of box thinking and finding another solution to the problem. That is not the question is. अच्छा डियर, तो corollary questions PYQ में solve कर लीजिएगा. Easiest question होते हैं and it's an easy kill. If you come across, you are lucky. Don't miss it, right? And you will get it most often correct. Moving to another, as I have said that this question, implication, once or twice it has been asked. The implication is something which is like an impact, which is like of something else. So if the question of implication is asked, what you are supposed to do, just identify those options or statements that are in the form of the solution to the problem discussed in the para, or number 2, they are in the form of an effect or impact of the problem discussed in the para. Effect or impact discussed in the para, or solution discussed in the to the problem. So in the implication question, now I relate with the context. If the paragraph describing about certain problem or an issue or maybe a future challenge, right, whatever it is, and when you go to the option or multi-statement, sometimes they give just like assumption ABCD option. So if the correct the statement gives a solution to the problem, or it talks about a direct or indirect impact or effect of that particular problem or issue, you are supposed to choose that. So just this is the connection between the implication question, and quite easy they are. Most of you will get it correct, and just one question we can take up for implication. So like this question. Asked in 2018 paper. Right? The Arctic vast reserves So either the impact or the solution. Yes, absolutely correct. B is the right answer, which is the impact. Geopolitics, it is bound to impact. As the country, refer to the last sentence, and we get to know this answer. India is not selected because neighboring countries are striving to get a bigger share there. Hence, we can only choose option B here. B is the right answer for this. Alright dear, so if implication is asked, you are lucky in fact. So it will be based on a very straight simple formula. Solution or impact, and then it is in. If it is not in the either of the shape, it is out. That is as simple as that. Now, so we have discussed most difficult assumption, then inference and conclusion, as the main point, just like inference, corollary and implication. अब आपको जब भी कोई क्वेश्चन करना हो that is asking for a kind of main point, crux based. In the crux based, always keep just one point in mind, that you should know the correct answer must always have the gist of the passage. The gist of the passage, the main point of the passage must always be present there. So evaluation of the option should not be like an inference ki what is the deduction, where is it is based on something. No, it should rather be based on the main point of the whole passage. So the whole passage as a unit, and then which option is based on the main point that author is intended to say. I believe that most of the time students get crux based answer correct, just because they have done in the schooling those kind of questions where they were asked to find out the summary and all that. At that time it was creating confusion, but not now. Alright, so dear, now, so having discussed this, I must now tell you that, as I said earlier, that I have this prediction that maybe in 2023 UPSC may give you some of the longer passages. If they give you longer passages, just be careful of a couple of points. Number one, before you undertake that passage, look at the returns. Like if you come across a passage and it's a long passage, then always look at its length and the time that you have, right? Then second thing, also look at its number of questions. Sometimes it happens that a very long passage is given but only 2 questions are there. Then don't go for that, rather go for smaller ones. Number 3, also evaluate the level of the passage. The questions will be same. So the questions will be logical or crux based, a kind of maybe factual in long passage. There is a chance of factual in a smaller passage they don't give. But this is the step number 1. First you evaluate the given passage on the basis of this. Only then you decide that yes, you are going to solve it. Right? If the passage is too big, don't go for it. If number of questions is not in proportion, don't go for this. Level of the passage, how to identify? Just read the opening part and closing part. Maybe one line of each paragraph, beginning line. And you will understand whether by level I mean that it should be, you should have the contextual understanding, the topic, the language, everything should be comprehensible. So that is the RC section I have discussed, and generally 24 to 30 questions you can expect in between. Any figure, the number of passages this year we have to see. If it is less, if it is fewer, then of course you are lucky and it will take not much time. And having discussed all this, ideally you get 40 minutes for RC. If I divide 120 minutes by 3, 40 minutes you get for RC. So 40 minutes or 40 plus minutes you are going to invest in it. It depends on what is your accuracy level, what is your comfort level with the topic. Agar aapka ye strong area, if it is your strong area, then I would ask you to go for more than 40 minutes for this, because the returns will be higher. If it is your weak area, a language problem you're facing, different other issues are there, then reduce the time and invest it in some other section. But don't close the doors on any of the sections, on any of the 3 sections of CSAT, right? Prepare keeping in mind all the sections. However, it is another thing that one or the other section may be your strong area or a weak area comparatively. But zero किसी में से नहीं आना है, ठीक है? तो कुछ ना कुछ स्कोर करके आना है. And I guess that attaining 70%, 80% passages with 80% accuracy is very much possible. Very much possible, right? So all the students who are listening to me in this, and they are part of an ongoing class. They must come, I mean, just because we will be doing different type of questions. And the first thing that I discussed in the morning was that when you solve the question, go for RC section or any, for that matter, any CSAT part, you must keep in mind the three things in the morning that I told you. This is the thing. Concept clarity that we have done today is one part. Somewhat practice we have done in the classroom, but this is not sufficient. You should go for PYQs, you should go for other questions. The answers are available there. And then the third part, take the mock test with utmost sincerity, and then your final strategy will be in your hand. That will be exclusively working in your case. So on that note, I end this session, and I wish you all the very best for your success in 2023 CSAT. Keep me in the loop. I hope I will be very happy to be part of your success. Thank you so much. Good night.